Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. I am the chief host of College Genesis, guiding you through the next couple hours of interesting conversations, stimulating debate, and discussion. Now, folks, I need you to like, share, and subscribe, right? You get this show popping, this show popping. When you have topics like Black America wastes moral credit and empathy capital on Barack Obama, you know things are gonna get heated tonight. You know the sparks gonna fly tonight. Passions are gonna be raised and whatnot. Negroes are gonna get excited and whatnot. They're gonna be pulling out their friggin' watermelons and their fried chicken and beating their tom tom drums and whatnot. The Africans are gonna be beating their tom tom drums and doing their ooga boogas, you know. So we're gonna have a good time tonight. The usual suspects will be here, with their bug eyes, cooning and buffooning and bringing their ghetto logic to intelligent conversation. They'll be here tonight, And as you know, your friendly host, the College Genesis, always handles them with love and care and whatnot, because actually I love these people, right? Even though they're as dumb as two doorknobs, not educated, not sophisticated, have no decorum, no coof, no nothing like that, no anything like that, excuse me. I welcome them on the platform. I let everyone on the platform, no matter how low class you seem to be, and how it seemed to be. I let people on. No, FB, I'm not leaving the movement. I'll leave it when I get ready to leave the movement. I'll leave the movement, but I'm not leaving the movement until I can find someone to carry on this what I'm doing, or my soul will never rest in peace. The movement's not a waste of time. The fact that you think it's not a waste of time. It's growing. People like FB not want a reparations check. You need to stop waiting for reparations, FB. That's a waste of time. Sitting there worrying about FB reparations and black immigrants who are coming here cleaning your clocks and making you like fools in your own country and whatnot. That's what you need to be worried about, not what I'm doing. I have a better chance of succeeding in what I'm doing than what you're talking about. So we're gonna have a good time tonight. We got the usual suspects in here, FB, and all these people in here that don't know what the hell they're talking about. Yeah, I say if you have a topic, right? You say, how do you describe the College Genesis? Then College Nation Radio is some of the audience. Well, people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about. That really most describes a lot of College Nation listeners. Unfortunately, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. That's a sad part about it. But I'm here to educate them. I'm here to do the right thing, because, like I said, these are my people, and I love them. You don't have to be pretty with me. I take the dustiest of the dusty, and I give purpose to the people who are dusty in life and everything like that. By the time that I'm done with them, I put them on a different path. When I say I see the light, and the big light comes through the clouds and whatnot, Collar, you showed me the light when not the light from my light bill, but the light. When I bring people to the light, I bring people to the light, and so this is what I do. This is what God put me here on this earth to do, So FB, I'm sorry, man. This is what I was born to do, This is my destiny, I can't ignore my destiny. I ignored my destiny once, and I can't do that again. An African, a nationhood, and Black America becoming a people is my destiny. I don't care who likes it. I don't care like that. There's nothing that will ever stop me from preaching that till the day I leave this earth. I believe that Black people in America have to become a nation, have every human right, every God-given right to become a nation, and separate from the white man, separate from these Africans, and separate from all these people that fucking, and also separate from the dumb Negroes, the degenerates, the fools, the clowns, the idiots in Black America, destroying Black America. Let me tell you something. People always say, people have labeled me a hate monger, right? That's what people are saying. I'm a hate monger. I hate everybody. But let me tell you something. Out of all the people, I have no problem with Africans. I just put them in their place and everything like that. White people can't give you freedom. White people can only take what's already yours. Nobody can give you freedom. That's a problem. That is a problem right there. What FB just said. White people gave us freedom. Nobody can give you freedom. God gives you freedom. Nobody. Anytime somebody, another race of people give freedom, you're not really free. Because what you're saying is they could take what the freedom they gave you back anytime. And I'm sorry, I can't settle for that. I can't settle for even the thought that my freedom is based on what another race of people gave me. No, I don't fear white people. I see them as just other people, human beings like I am. They could die and bleed just like I do. So when you're into white worship, you really think they're gonna sit around one day and be empathetic and give you a reparations check? That's the problem with you millennials. You guys are freaking lost. We grew up, our generation, we know these people don't give a shit about us. We know America don't care about us. We knew that shit, right? We know America, if it's anything good towards black people, you got to be suspicious. Just like a lot of us in Gen X were suspicious about Barack Obama's presidency. That's what the topic is tonight. And I really believe we wasted precious capital, moral capital, with this country and the world owed to us because of slavery and everything, and empathy. We had a lot of empathy. The world gave us a lot of empathy, right? All that was spent on Barack electing and maintaining Barack Obama's failed presidency. That's what we're talking about tonight. Black America wasted his moral capital, Look, I don't say I want to live in Liberia, but I'm going to be there. Hopefully, let me tell you something. I'm going there next month, God's willing, right? And if I find out that I could basically do my job over there, my business from remote, I'm going to stay a little longer this time. I'm going to stay there a few months, If I could find out that I could do that over there, make my sales in the data and everything like that, I don't have no issues with internet and stuff like that, and I don't have no blackouts or anything like that, and interstate electricity is stable, I stay there for a little while. I won't live there. It's impossible for me to live there because I got to get back and see my doctor and see all these things. I got a lot of business in America. I can't just walk with them. I got responsibilities in America, so I just can't move a thing. Real Donald Trump, you said I'm ignoring your chats. I'm not ignoring your chats, but you have to say something. You said reparations not come. I agree with that. You were respectful to Mango last night. I know that. I know I was respectful to her, That's why I listen to these friggin' idiots when they say, I know how to, the difference between me is that I know how to actually debate people. I debate people with intelligence and facts and everything. I don't have to get into an argument with somebody and call them out their name and everything when I'm debating somebody. If I know that I'm right and the person's premise, I know a lot of times when people come at you, they have an unbalanced view of the world or something like that, and they got half facts and they looks like the truth. But then when you break down the truth to them, they're like, wow, I didn't like that. And I didn't have to yell at her. I didn't have to be disrespectful or anything like that. I just said what was the truth. And it was very clear. Colin knows what he's talking about. That's why I said when I get ready to debate somebody, I already know I'm going to win the debate. So it's just a matter of my interpretation and how I deliver it. My delivery is important. But when you cut up there and like Bantu Mandinka basically called her arguing over issue. Now, basically, I'm like this. If you're she's saying something about your mother or your girlfriend, and you say something about, and you get mad, and she's calling you a name, you call her name, that's one thing, right? I'll say, okay, both of y'all chill out. But if you're arguing over a point or you don't agree with somebody and you call somebody a B word, I'm sorry, I'm not going to have that stuff. That's what Bantu Mandinka, man. I might suspend him for months on the show for saying that. You do not freaking call no woman the B word on my platform. You want to do that on other platforms like that? A man should not lose his temper and call a woman out like that with that anger. A woman, because she disagrees with you politically, whatever like that, you're gonna call her out her name. No, that's out of pocket. That's really out of pocket. I don't know what's going on with this generation of men, why they feel like they could talk to women like that, or they get so triggered by. I don't know it's going to show me there's something really going on between black men and black women, or black men towards women in general. I don't know why black men, what's going on with our brothers, why they're so angry towards females and whatnot. What is this? Black men are turning homosexual. So that's what it sounds like when I see men arguing with women like that. It just smacks of homosexuality, and people on the download because you're in your feelings. Women are in their emotions. Men's supposed to be strong. You're supposed to be solid like a rock. That's what men's supposed to be. You're supposed to be able to brush it off your shoulders, dust off your shoulders, tough, strong, a stand-up guy, that's what I look at, But when you basically lose it and get triggered by everything a woman tells you, that's what women do. They poke at your ego and push your buttons and whatnot. And if you go for that and whatnot and don't know how to handle yourself, it shows you to them you're weak, you're insecure. You can't stand up for anybody. That's why you act emotional. That's what they do, act emotional. When a man acts emotional, there's something freaking wrong, And that's what people wanted me to do last night. Colin, why aren't you saying this? Blah, blah, blah. Because she's a fucking woman. I'm not going to rip at a woman that I disagree with, strongly disagree with. I'm not going to freaking go at her like I do a dude. Yeah, you say, Colin, well, the way you say this to this person. Yes, because you're a fucking man. That's why. I'm not going to do that with a woman. As simple as that. I'm not going to have people look at my show and when I see me going off on a woman in a debate. That's not going to happen. So if you want that, you got to go to another platform. I am not going to do that. I know if somebody's a first-time caller to my show, I want them to say, yeah, I got a fair shake on the Colin Nation radio show. And then other people will look at me. I'm trying to gain credibility. The first time, something? What I'm trying to do, and I know I got a long ways to go to clean up my image, right? I know that. I got my faults, right? And I got my critics. I got my fault. But I'm really trying to make, for the first time in our history, the Black nationalist movement legitimate. It's not legitimate in the eyes of Black and the American public, because when you get on here, when people start saying, look, let me tell you something, another thing. You as a Black person cannot do what a lot of Black people think they have, like it's FBA particularly. They're like, oh, we shut down, basically we got power, if you want real power, nationhood is the only way you get real power. Shutting down Fat Joe was not real power. Electing Barack Obama was not real power, So basically, you got Black people out here. Yeah, man, FBA, we're on the market. What is FBA? You're trying to mimic the white supremacy groups and whatnot, with just pseudo nascent victories and whatnot. I mean, nascent means not real, or a Pyrrhic victory. That means a victory only in name, and all these things like that, that you give yourself false credit and false hope in some victory that really doesn't even matter. Fat Joe getting canceled from BET. How's that move the needle? But you think you got this FBA and look, let me tell you something. There's 45 million Black people in America. I would say less than like 1,000 Black people in America know what FBA is. And people get mad at me because somebody with my intelligence do not rock with an ideology called FBA. And that's what they're mad about. They're mad because I have not validated that stupid movement, the foundational Black America. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. And so therefore they're mad at me. And so since they're mad at me, they want to look at everything I do and put it under the microscope to try to discredit me in my own world. I'm part of the pan-African Black nationalist world. And so therefore, since I don't need the FBA movement, the last thing what they want to do is discredit me in that world right there. Oh, Kala, you said your brother has an Asian wife. Yeah, what the fuck has that got to do with me? My sister-in-law is Asian. So what? I got nieces and nephews that are half Asian. What the hell's that got to do with what I'm saying on this platform? Is that what people do? And then they come at me, and I said to one girl, I blocked her. Next time, I'll permanently block her. I said, you don't talk about anybody in my family, These people in my family are real to me, These people are real to me. And so the bottom line, you people in the chat room, I don't know who the fuck you are. If you're not going on my tour with me next year, if you're not contributing to this platform, you're not contributing content, or even if you're not coming up here giving me intelligent commentary, you're doing absolutely nothing for me. Because right now, I'm not impressed by really nothing I see that comes on this platform. Nothing. I would like to see young people, because I'm the oldest person that be on here. I would like to see young people come up here, and I would have hope for the future. But when I see people acting like fools and idiots and everything like that, it's just disheartening. I was like, this is what I'm leaving behind? Jesus, friggin' sad. So this topic tonight, Black America wastes moral credit and empathy capital on Obama. That's the absolute truth. One of the reasons why Barack Obama got elected is because white people felt like they owed a debt to Black America. Think about it. White people really felt like they owed a debt to Black America. I don't even think it's 100,000 FBAs. I think it's probably like 5,000 at the most that call themselves FBA. I do. I go around. Nobody calls themselves that. Nobody identifies that. Nobody gives a shit about that. So in the real life, something that only exists in the matrix called the internet. Social media. This matrix called social media, the Black Matrix. All kinds of characters and ideologies and movements exist in the Black Matrix. Like I did a show the other night, the Black Matrix. And then there's the real world. The real world I gotta live in. Nobody knows about pan-Africanism, Black nationalism, Africa, FBA, Black immigrants. Doesn't exist in the real world. It only exists in the Black Matrix. And the Black Matrix is this tiny yin energy, this tiny, tiny, tiny window into the deepest part of soul of Black America. So this idea that people think FBA is some big movement that Black America, 45 million Black America backs that shit, they're sadly mistaken. They're overestimating their reach. So like I said, it's freaking a bunch of nonsense. It might be just bots. I just think I know, and also I know a lot of white supremacists and white nationalists get online posing as so-called FBAs, and they pose as African Black immigrants, and they be saying this outlandish stuff that they be preaching white supremacy talking points. Because you can't have a whole bunch of Africans and Caribbeans preaching white supremacy talking points, and and not get suspicious when I like that. Don't sound like a friggin' Nigerian, It sounds like an idiot. But you don't friggin'. I know for a fact there's a lot of white racists and a lot of bots when I try to throw in terror. Like right now, the relationship between African Americans and people from the continent is an all-time low. And where did that come from? Social media, the matrix. It does not exist in real life. Real life, you still got Black people from America going to the continent, investing, and partnering up with Africans on the continent. So that's the real life. That's the world I'm in. Then when I come into the matrix and whatnot, I got to deal with all these stupid stuff like FBA, ADOS, and all this kind of freaking nonsense and everything. This freaking the Pan-African shuffle. Baruch says, Carlos, I'm surprised. Basically, I thought you, Miss Mango's view was similar. Brody, are you that fucking stupid? I basically defended the Black community last night. I don't know where you get my views because I'm really starting to believe Barudi's actually retarded. How the hell is my views like this Mango lady? I basically said they broke it down to her that Black people don't have legitimate concerns about immigrants in this country. She basically said Black people don't. So I don't know Barudi's angry with me because I mock his stupid Ubuntu logic and whatnot. That's not going anyplace and whatnot. That Ubuntu stuff is not going anyplace because he has nothing tangible to show for it. Another thing, Black people get sick and tired of people coming up pulling shit out of their ass. Let's try Ubuntu now. Whatnot. Not Ubuntu banks, not Ubuntu investment clubs, not Ubuntu savings accounts and everything like that. Not Ubuntu credit unions. No, none of that, man. That actually having something. No, man, we can't do that. But we can just sit back and tell everybody, get in my College Genesis away and tell them why Kala has a real plan. I'm trying to bring people to the continent, try to build something on the continent. Let's bog him down with some Ubuntu nonsense that gets him nowhere, that he can't absolutely use. Look, bro, Broody, I am a Black right winger. Pretending I am in a Black nation, right? I would be a right wing person. That's what this is Matrix is all about. I'm pretending that we're in a Black society. I'm on the right side of things in a Black world, in the Black multiverse, right? I'm a right wing person. I believe a nation can be defined by race, culture, territory, language, and stuff like that. That's right wing stuff. Leftist stuff means you can't define a people by a race and nationality like that. I absolutely believe in the concept of nationality. So I'm on the right. So you don't have to be white. White people have their right. Black people are now forming their right. You know what they mean with it, but to preserve our values and who the hell we are. But I don't expect you to understand that, Baruti, because you don't spend enough time around black people. I can tell that. I can tell you spend too much time around white people and Africans and all these other goofy people out there and whatnot. Spend some time around your own people, Baruti, and you understand what I'm talking about. That guy's coming to my office today. One of my old agents popped in today, man. I helped his wife get a plan. He was like, so good to see you. Good. He's about to come back with my agency. Love him to death. He's an IT specialist, but he's doing insurance too. But bottom line is, and I had my other agent there, and we were just sitting there talking about the old time. He's from New York too. He's from Harlem, and I'm from the other guy is from Jersey. So we're just sitting there talking about the old days, blah blah blah, and everything like that. These are older guys, much older than me. But we just talk about what Black America used to be like, and that's what I said. But Baruti couldn't have a conversation like that. Because the bottom line, Baruti probably doesn't realize Black America used to be a nice place to be. And the friggin' is white people, Jews, everybody else, and that poison our culture and everything like that. That's why nationhood, with our own Ministry of Culture, Information, and stuff like that, our own images, our censorship, and everything like that, we can build that, then we have a chance. But we're never going to build anything in the white man's land. That's just the truth of the matter, W says, Colin, the dude Kaiser is not Black African or Black anything, really. Well, in his voice, he sounds like an Arab. That's what I always thought Kaiser, but he says he's Black, but he says he's Black. But he sounds like to me like one of those Arab guys, those Arab guys, that's what he sounds like, an Arab in his voice. I could tell Black people's voice. But then again, he got the UK. But then again, I see Black people in the UK, they got a thicker voice. He got that high pitched voice that sounds like he's either Caucasian or I could be wrong, or he sounds like he's an Arab or Asian, even Asian. Kaizo could pass for a Chinese if he wanted to because of his voice pattern. If he's Kaizo, what got a show and said, I'm Chinese, and he didn't see his picture, you'll believe him. That's what his voice sounds like. Like me, my voice, when you listen to me, I'm Black. My voice patterns, my speech, the base of my voice, I'm a Black man, No, left wing and right wing are not white ideologies, Left wing and right wing is about power, a power dynamic. You have Black people don't have any power. They don't want any power, right? So that's what basically when people talk about unity and everything, they basically people who have no power. They have no stake in the world. People who basically have power or want power or requesting power usually pick an ideology. Are you gonna be a left wing person that includes everybody, whatever like that? Or are you gonna be a right wing person? Who believe in family, capital, savings, intergenerational wealth, and stuff like this. Yeah, there's two things. But you don't have if you don't have anything. Yeah, it seems like those are white ideologies because Black people don't never rule over anything. But when you get something, yes, there will be a right wing and a left wing. Why? Because it's a power dynamic. Yeah, when you're in America, there's no such thing as a Black right wing. I'm talking about from a standpoint of nation building. I'm on the right wing of nation building. I don't believe in gay marriage. Okay. I don't believe white people. I believe a person could build in Afghanistan, and they can restrict people from citizenship. Now you can't restrict people from coming to your country based on race, but you could limit citizenship to one particular ethnic group. And say this is the standard of family and everything. You can put the value of family first. A left-wing society doesn't value family. They simply each individual is as important as a family unit. The right-wing people believe a family, duty to country, community is important. So sometimes right-wing people are called fascists. So it is what it is. I like to educate people like Brewery. I don't got to be up on Brewery because he just doesn't know. Show on live. Colin Nation. Kala Nation. Join us tonight. Join us live right now. I'm just sending out a blast to my social network. I'm lazy. I'll do more crunches today. No, tribalism could be left because a lot of tribalists, they're not really. I mean, yeah, you can say tribal is sort of right wing, but they don't stick to it like that. They don't. Nationalism is right wing. National tribalism is not about a nation; it's about people. On now. And put the link in there. Wait a minute. All right. Colonization. Nation. YouTube. Okay. We said a sticker image. Photo library. Send this out, folks. Give me 1 second, folks. We'll be right back with you. All right. Boom, sent out to the social network. Like I said, folks, if you want to be down, if you're a black nationalist, right? You're a black nationalist, you want a new direction, join the Black African Infrastructure Social Network, right? Get my email address, contact me, and everything like that, because we got a lot of stuff going on. We have a tour coming up next year, and we're gonna have a business conference like you won't see anywhere. We're gonna have a time of our life. We're gonna tour, and we're reconnecting to a country our ancestors built, Liberia. That's the first step in realizing a nationhood, is understanding that we once did this before. Now, I would not say that Obama was a plant. I just believe that the America was so anxious to rid itself, clean its hands of the stain of white supremacy. Really, white people, unlike a lot of people say like this, I talk to them one night. They're human beings like anybody else, right? They know this country did an evil thing with slavery, right? Well, even though they don't support reparations, they do believe that if they give black people a chance, and do things like tokenism, like so when you see things like that black girl on that played the Little Mermaid, they're really into tokenism. A Martin Luther King holiday and everything. They say, okay, we got all this Martin Luther King holiday. We had the Meghan Markle became a whatever she was, a princess in the royal family, whatever. All these symbolic things, Nelson Mandela being released from prison, became the first black president of South Africa. All these symbolic things, a black man winning MVP in baseball, or the Heisman plus black player winning the Heisman Trophy in football. So they always showcase these black persons to be like this. The ultimate was when Barack on November 4th, 2008, a little known senator, state senator, then U.S. senator from Chicago, got elected to the presidency of the United States in an overwhelming thing with the majority of the public and also the popular vote. And Barack Obama won the election, right? That's what people, even though white people said we could bear it out for 4 years, whatever like that, we say, because that's why it was very shaky turn. How do you basically have a black man in the White House? So Barack Obama had to be walking on eggshells, you know? I remember like a couple of months into his presidency, Kanye went up there and acted a fool and grabbed the mic from Taylor Swift. And Obama was probably looking at like, look at this fool embarrassing me. Because they put the mic and said, Obama, what do you think about that? He called Kanye a jackass. That was so freaking funny, right? You know he was saying when he saw that, like, what the fuck is this nigga doing, man? He know I'm the black president when he up there grabbing a friggin' thing from a white woman. Man, like, look at this, Obama. Or Kanye grabbing this from poor little Taylor Swift, a white woman. Is that what your presidency is all about? Oh my God, those are some fun times, man. Fun time. However, said Barack Obama was in a black man. He was a Kenyan, half white. White people didn't get his freedom. We fought for. I don't know what you're. Yeah, I get what you're saying. You know, he was a black man. You know, black. I mean, it's the term black. You know. Yeah, well, okay. Now Al is a Hebrew Israelite. We got a Hebrew Israelite here tonight. He says Obama got no credibility in the black community. He says that so-called true. He goes the black. Well, actually, Barack Obama did have credit. You know You know what? Only thing Barack Obama had credit with. He married Michelle Obama, and he had 2 black children. That's what gave him credibility in the black community. You know. Broody, what are you talking about, man? Broody's such a goofball. Broody the fruity Broody. You know, Colin, you may have some alt views from Miss Mango, but many of her critique of some made in the past. What, like what? You know, you gotta be specific. You know, I criticize black people from a standpoint of love and understanding. You know, I check black people when they're wrong. You know, I'm not one of these people that get up here and tell black people your shit doesn't stink. You know, I'll tell you, I'm the culture critic. You know, my job is to critique black culture. That's what I do. You know, Enrico is traitors, not traitors. You know, it's traitors. Let me spell it for you. You know, it's traitors, not traitors. Traitors. That's how you spell it, bro. Not traitors. It's traitors. It's traitors. Traitors. Traitors, not traitors. See, even these persons right here, man, I'm even giving out spelling lessons to people, you know? Where else you going to get this, you know? I spoke it in the phone. Never do that, bro. Take the time and type, you know? Now, Rico's calling me an idiot, man. Come on. We don't have to go there, man, you know? I'm not a black hate critic. I'm a critic. I'm a culture critic, you know? I'm a culture critic, man. I'm just basically saying like this, you know? Now, somebody says, do you think Michelle really has a... Come on, let's stop that, man. Michelle's not a dude, man. You know, all these urban myths about Michelle Obama being a trans and whatnot and everything like that. You know, I have seen no solid evidence of that, you know? I have not seen any solid evidence of that, you know? What else going PVT early, you know? On 1 minute you're saying what's up. I know you're gonna be showing your slide disses in the comment section soon. You'll be taking jabs at me like everybody does. Everybody else comes in, hey Kala, hey Unc, how's it going? I said, oh, I just brace myself because I know what's coming, you know? As I got an hour later, man, you motherfuckers been there typing Kala, you motherfucker, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, God damn, man, you can't please nobody, you know? I hear you, bro. Respect your elders. Do that, man. Because you got people like Elvis and Jonathan. They don't know how to respect elders, man. So fucking disrespectful, you know. and they're never gonna get no place in life. People are telling me, write me and tell me, email me, tell me, look, Colin, I don't like the way some of your guests talk to you. Even if you disagree and whatnot, you are an elder, you're older. Your platform, they should respect you, or just agree to disagree. But when people come up here and they try to friggin' just come at me like any kind of way, when I'm like, and I'd be like forgiving, I'm just so forgiving, I know in the end I'm gonna win. I'm right, so that's why I'm so forgiving, Dude, Chris, man, we don't need that vulgar shit in here, man. Let's leave that alone. In here, we basically talk about real politics. If you got a critique of Barack Obama, let's talk about Michelle Obama. Let's not go to the lowest common denominator. This is not the Kaisorian show or the Afro Dumbass channel, and all these other places where people just anything goes on. I like some sort of decorum. And I like people when they look at these shows and play back the chat room. And I want to say that I have an intelligent audience. The only thing I ever ask for is that my audience is somewhat intelligent, man. I know some people go off the riff, but if that's like that, Jonathan, respect is based on the fact that I'm more accomplished in life than you are. I've done more than you are. My life is a certain place further than yours. You have not done what I've done. And I've earned a place. There's a reason why people listen to me and stuff like that, why people follow me, because I've earned it. I've been out doing this for 35 years. I'm an author. I wrote thousands of blogs and articles and stuff like that. So the bottom line, I've been out there. You have not produced anything yet. I can't go in there and say, Leandro, whatever your fucking name is, Jonathan Miller, let me read his blog. Let me see what his thoughts are and stuff like that. You don't have anything out there. I'm very productive. You want to see some of my works? The other people just do is fucking run their goddamn mouth with that. Oh, you ain't doing productive with that. I maintain a website, that's very thorough in what I believe in, whatnot. Had it for 10 years, 10, 12 years now, I have many different groups that I put out there online. There's many different websites that I have out there. I'm an author, bottom line, and I'm a scholar. So I've done my homework. Well, you look at I don't really consider myself a Pan-African, Rico. I don't really consider myself a Pan. Why? Because anytime anybody can just jump up and call themselves a Pan-African, that's when I figure I got to bow out. I just say, no, I'm not a Pan-African. I'm a culture critic, right? Who leans towards being a black nationalist. I'm a black nationalist. I don't know the philosophy of Pan-Africanism anymore. I don't know what it's about. I don't know how you define it. I don't know how we benefit from it. I really don't. Because social media has destroyed this, I think, of Pan-Africanism, Everybody's like, oh, Pan-Africanism strikes back. What the fuck does that mean, or Afro think tank. I'm a real Pan-African. What the fuck is a real Pan-Africanist? It's like ridiculous, so I don't know. And so the bottom line is when you listen to some of these people talk, you wonder why people are against Pan-African because they sound stupid half the time. You are not going to tell somebody who know who they are 400 years, have an identity, a struggle, everything like that to forget who they are, to adopt some vague idea of blackness and Africanness or whatnot, when on the other side, these Africans are very tribal. They're very narcissist. They're very selfish. They're very petty. They're full of vanity. And they basically only care about themselves, their family, what they can get and everything. They ain't interested in building nothing with you. But we like they want to make Black America like fools all the time, Okay, the title just means Black America wasted its moral credit. In other words, I believe that Black America had moral credit. We could have spent that moral credit and basically on the platinum plan. Let's say Black America, if Donald Trump was, if there was no Barack Obama, right? No, I'm successful because I'm a businessman. And I don't see nobody can prove that you do what I do for a living on the level I'm at in business. You know, I wouldn't be saying this if I wasn't doing this. I'm actually doing this. I walk into a business office every day that I own. You know, I have clients. I have people under me. I have agencies that I'm building in other states. Yeah, I made it in America. You know, and by the time I come online, most of the people I'm talking to have not made it. So whatever it is, you have not basically shown anything. When you, Jonathan, go out and even try to do a platform, why don't you go ahead and do a YouTube channel and you do this 6 hours a night, every night, 7 nights a week, and then you talk to me. Can you do what I do? Can you do what I do? Can you get up here and Jonathan, you're supposed to be rich, like you say you are? Why don't you have a fucking show up here? And somebody could go to your channel and you could build your channel up and whatnot. I'm slowly building this channel from nothing, And that's what I mean by respect, Just respect that. It's like I don't go on Dynasty show. I don't go on anybody's show disrespecting somebody's platform. I just don't do it. That's because I have a little class and decorum. I'm not from the motherfucking ghetto. You ghetto niggas act the way on this platform, the way you fucking are in real life. No manners, no respect. You're filthy, you're disgusting, and you make me sick. Phil, I'm not giving up on Liberia. I'm going there next month. My wife's in Liberia. My family's in Liberia. So I'm not giving that thing. Yeah, I got class, right? I have you on, Tolliver, Boo Boo. I have you on, I let anybody on my platform thing, and also Philip Lindsay. If you want to make your first trip to Africa, you go with us next year. We're going to Liberia. We're taking a big group. Bomani and I are taking a big group. It's going to be our second tour to Liberia. 10 days in Liberia. $4,500. Taliban, I don't really give a damn where you beg to differ. You mean nothing. Are you going on a tour with us, Taliban? Are you contributing anything to this movement? No. So what you think doesn't fucking matter to me. So Philip Lindsay, if you want to come on the tour, let me know. Dynasty, you want my information, get for Dynasty, so it's like that. We're going next February. Bomani's organizing it. Whatnot. I'm going to be the host. We already did one tour. We got a list of videos and whatnot from our last tour. It was a blast, And this tour is going to be better. We got a business and education conference, everything, We have a lawyers team in Liberia that's going to be there. We got government officials that's going to be there. We got this next business conference. I was a keynote speaker the last one. I think I might be the keynote speaker at this one too. So I was keynote speaker. I brought the house down. So it is what it is. So bottom line is this. I've never given up on Liberia, man. That basically is a second home to us. And I'll debate that with anybody. Liberia is just nothing but an extension of Black America in Africa. That's all it is. So it's a beautiful country and everything. We're building up Liberia's tourism industry. And that's going to lead to other things, other things. We bring in African American banks and credit unions and stuff like that to the country and everything. Then we could have a base on the continent to operate from. We other things. That's part of building the Africa is not just a nation; it's also building interest in each country where we stand. So I believe that's the future. You could say that Brandon is making a stand in Kenya. Dynasty is making a stand in Sierra Leone. I'm making my stand right now in Liberia. Bomani making his stand in Ghana. Wherever you're standing, if you haven't made a stand any place or whatnot, I can't really respect what you're saying, So yeah, I will be there next month. I'll be there for a few. I'll probably stay for a couple of months this time. I know. Well, look, I'll be like this. I'm going to get me a new laptop, right? And if I find out that I can do actually my business, I'm going to try to do a couple of test runs. I'm going to have a whole bunch of list of people, clients I want to call up. If I can find out I can make money while I'm over there, I'll stay long. I don't have to come back to the United States. I can stay there for a few months, man. Shoot, the only reason why I wouldn't stay the whole year is because of rainy season. I can't do rainy season in Africa, West Africa. If we was in Southern Africa, we different. You know, like that. Jonathan, standing in Africa, living in America. Yeah, I live in America. Unfortunately, the fact of the matter is the people that basically came before me didn't leave me anything to build with, so I'm forced to live in America. I am an African FB. That's what I identify as. Doesn't matter what you think I'm at. Well, I identify as a Black African. You know. Oh. Jonathan, please don't tell me where I could do. I know what the hell I want to do. My wife doesn't want me to live in Liberia, but she likes me here. She wants to come here, and we want to go back to Liberia. I'm getting a house in Liberia next month. So I have a house to live in while I'm over there. So I can go anytime I can go there 2 or 3 times a year if I want to. That's what I'm gonna get to. So I don't have to live over there. My business is here. So until we basically get to the point where we can start doing business on the continent, that's a challenge. If I could live on the continent and not live here, I've dumbasses got what am I going to do with consulting? I already have a whole team, a BAL Liberia chapter where we got property management, we got property for sale. If you need a business started in Liberia, we can get you all your legal paperwork, everything done, and not for a fee. That's what I do, So the bottom line, I don't need African dumbass that's one thing. I bypassed all these years ago. I always thought I needed Africans. Now I can go to Africa and I already got my people in place on the continent, in several different countries, whatnot, So, I don't really need nobody to join. I already got people down there doing what the hell I need to do on the continent, Because she wants to come here. That's why. Mostly her family's in America right now. She wants to come here, be with me here in America. She don't want to be but in the meantime, until I can get her over there, it is what it is, So it is back to the topic. Everybody got me off topic. Black America wasted his moral credit, empathy on Barack Obama. And the whole thing is, and I don't blame Obama, right? When you look at his when he was running, he never freaking no, she doesn't know about the African. She don't know nothing about that. She don't know anything about the African, stuff like that. She has it, but I never asked her opinion about it, But bottom line is Barack Obama was just doing what he wanted to do. He came along mostly from young white kids, from young white kids and white college kids. Hey, what's up, Mari? Young white kids and college kids and everything said this new guy called Barack Obama. He was just, and then it wasn't until later, right? Because remember, most black people were for Hillary initially. Most black people did not care about Barack Obama, right? Until actually he basically won the primaries. He won the primaries, and then he did that Christmas commercial with him, Michelle, and the kids sitting down by Christmas. She said, "Merry Christmas," from the Obamas. That's when Black America fell in love with Barack Obama and said, "We have to." We just fell in love with that. Why? Because that's what he introduced Michelle, his wife. He told a black wife of African American descent and everything like that. Michelle Robinson, Michelle Obama, and black people bought into the Obamas. They said, "Yeah, we want to see a black family in the White House," but we lost a lot, right? Because white people after then, the protection that we once had being a minority group, and white people having that empathy towards us disappeared. Because white people were like, oh, they got in the White House. I could be racist now because hey, we got a black man in the White House, so I could go back to being and that's what you had with his second term. You had all these racial incidents breaking out. When white people basically started reacting to having a black president, they thought that we were too big for ourselves and whatnot. Baruti, I said, Colin called me idiot. I accept that badge of honor for Wednesday. I think Us Judah learn idiot. Just kind of kidding. Your ghetto view of the black rabbits. No, I don't call African Americans ghetto. I'm around a lot of African Americans. I'm just not a lot around freaking ignorant ghetto people. And the bottom line is this: when people start acting stupid and whatnot, you can't even bring a kid to Chuck E. Cheese without the people fight breaking out. You can't even sit on a line at McDonald's without people throwing up fries and shakes at each other and stuff like that. Just like a good segment of Black America just out of fucking control. I'm just gonna tell you like it is. Just out of fucking control. And I'm not gonna excuse this fucking nonsense. But Margaret Buck said, "Damn, the guy they had, I noticed. Yeah, they love. Yeah, that white guilt that they once had was gone. After Barack Obama got elected, it was like, the hell with that shit. Show us your abs. Look, I'm working on them. Tolliver, I'm tough. I just did my freaking 100 crunches. I do 100 crunches a day. I was already freaking doing good. I'm trying to make sure that I don't gain any weight when I'm in a good shape right now. I'm trying to get that superhero body. I'm trying to be college genesis or freaking like a superhero, like a Marvel superhero. That's the sort of body I want, the image I want. So it is what it is. I like having fun with my audience. I'm a ringmaster, right? Because I have a circus of deadly clown. No, Tolliver, I'm not going to show you my abs and whatnot. I'm not going to do it, man. Not going to do it, man. I'm not going to show you my abs or anything. You just have to take for my word for it that I got abs, not really tight, not chiseled that much yet, but they're there. You can see them. You can see my muscles, my stomach, and everything like that. They're not chiseled yet like I want them, but I'm going to get there. Once I joined the gym and started doing what exercise I do, and so my stomach muscles are there. So one thing about this, when I lost all that weight, and they did this thing where they stuck a needle and drained a lot of fluid out of me. They did like 10 liters of fluid out of me, right? I have no swelling. So yeah, in my stomach area, it's like sucked in. So you can see my ribs, and you can see, my bones and my muscle structure in my stomach for the first time in years, man. I can look at my stomach like, yeah, I'm proud it's flat, But now shaping the abs up is going to take some work because it was lying dormant ever since I stopped studying, training in martial arts and stuff like that. My stomach muscles went to hell. I used to do crunches, squats, and planks every day. I used to have a nice core like 20 years ago. I'm trying to get that back. So good for you, Mary. Yeah, lose that weight, girl. So I'm working on it. I'm not perfect. I ain't gonna say, oh yeah, college. Look, I'm working. Tolliver, can you see your penis? What is this gay shit, man? Tolliver, man, you a little suspect there. You a little sus there, man. Do you want to see my penis, Tolliver? Lord have friggin' mercy, man. Tom Harper says the borders are turning illegal immigrants, man. That is so mean. You got black people out there like Mouthy Megan, she's publishing the hotline to turn in illegal aliens. It's like you got a poor ass Nigerian or Ghanaian that might overstay his visa when he's minding his business. You see Africans, they're so minding their business, so harmless. They look so cute when you see Africans out there with their family and everything like that. They love America and whatnot, and they basically, they don't want to be sent back to Africa, But the bottom line is, you got so-called FBA people just sitting around like hating, like what they see, they hear foreign accent, they're like, I'm gonna fix them. When they get on the phone, dial 1-800 deport now. It's just so sad, man. Leave the friggin' black illegal immigrants alone. Leave them alone. They're in the country. You don't want to send them back to friggin' Nigeria. You don't want to do that shit, man. Don't call ICE on our people, man. Don't do it. I don't want to see Chukwu get deported. I don't want to see Chukwu get hauled off in handcuffs and whatnot. Hell, man, these days and time, man, even Dynasty America gets swiped up and whatnot. They can go to his house, find a Nigerian passport, and next thing you know, Dynasty's out of here. We don't want that to happen. Oh, whatever. whatever. They're black. They know they're not black nationalists. They're American nationalists. ADOS FBA simply means foundational Black America. America is your nation. They don't believe in a black nation. They believe in an American nation. So the bottom line is they believe in a white man's manifest destiny. The white man's manifest destiny. The ADOS FBA looks at the American map and says, that's my destiny. That's my manifest destiny. That's who I am. Like when you look at an Italian, he wears a map of Italy. That says where he's from. The Italian islands or Sicily. If you have a French person, they'll have a T-shirt with the map of France on it. When the FBA has a map of the United States on there. It's like that's what they are. They consider themselves United States or not. The white man's. They follow the manifest destiny of the white man. Yeah. So yeah, we're W, man, we don't want to do that to our people. Look, let me tell you something, man. The African immigrants they're not friggin' Afro dumbass and Chuko and all these annoying Africans. They're mostly sitting back, minding their damn business, right? They're out there and with their family, they're minding their business. The kids are well behaved, everything like that. They're just trying to make it in this country and everything like that. They don't need us harassing them. They're going to get enough harassment by the white man. They don't need us doing it. That's why I say I'll never accept that shit. I'll never accept, no matter what they do and everything like that, I'll never get to the point where I'm attacking other black people. I just can't do it. It's not in me, So instead of Baruti saying, yeah, let me give Kala credit, Baruti will sit there and quiet it because Baruti waits for everything that I say negative, whatever like that, to pounce on me and whatnot. He'll completely ignore what I just said, So because Baruti has an agenda to make college Genesis look mean and bad because I don't really accept his Ubuntu nonsense, Because, when you say, how do you say why? Because I know when people hang around whites, they have this extreme view of what black people ought to be. You think naturally there's something wrong with black people, And so therefore, usually people hanging around whites really think that black people need to change who they are. They got to adopt some alien culture just to suit you. There's nothing wrong with black people in America, bro. Nothing. There's nothing wrong with being black American, African American, right? There's nothing wrong with us. And when you hang around a lot of white people, you think so. You say, why don't we do things like this? Why don't we do things like that? And you convinced that Ubuntu will solve the black problem. There's something wrong with us, right? The only difference between you, Baruti, and white supremacists is white supremacists believe if we act more white, we'll be better, So like that Bobby Jindal said, if black people become more white, they'd be better off. That's an Indian guy who was governor of Louisiana. So there's a lot of people, whether it's acting more white or acting more African. The bottom line is there's people that fundamentally don't like black America. They think there's something wrong with us, that we have to change something else. So whether it's acting Ubuntu or acting Caucasian, that's what it is. That's why I tell people all the time, no, I'm not going to change my name. I'm not going to speak Shnagalaga. I'm not going to do all this stuff like this, because I am what I am. This is me. I'm black, African American, right? I am not changing anything to suit anybody else. I refuse to do that. There's a reason why I speak the way I do. I talk the way I do is because of what I've been through in this country. This produced me. I am a product. I'm a proud product of Black America. I'm a son of Black America. Black America is what made me, what built me, not Africa. I'm a product of Black America. And that's who I defend. So anybody call you that? Am I a critic of Black America? Yes. I'm a great critic. But it's only because they are my people and I have a right to do that because I love them. So yeah, I changed my name because I felt like at the time, I felt like I had to change my name because I wanted to be African. I did that when I was in my early 20s, Hindsight, I think that was a mistake that I did, but I'm not going to reverse it now. By my younger years, I felt I bucked the bullshit that I had to be more African, so I had to change my name and like that. And that hurt my father. You know, I was gonna not carry his name. You know, and so bottom line is this: we basically make mistakes. I don't know if that was the right thing to do. I have no idea whether I did the right thing or not. But that was when I was younger. I didn't know any better. You know, I would listen to these Afrocentrists and all these other people. FBAs don't believe in creating a nation in Africa, but black nationalists do. Black nationalists, when you talk to black nationalists, they believe in a black nation. Plain and simple. Whether the black nation is just here or the black nation, ultimately, they believe that black people could basically govern and run their own world. That's what the black nationalists believe, that you're not coming across many black nationalists. Black nationalists really believe that we're capable of building and we deserve our own nation, our land, and everything like that. Some people believe that the nation should be like 4 or 5 states in America in the South, which is not practical. Or some people think we should go to Canada and build a nation. Or some people like this, should believe that no, but Martin Luther King was not a black nationalist. He was an integrationist. Malcolm X was a black nationalist. Okay? He was a black nationalist. Marcus Garvey was a black nationalist. Thomas Sankara was a black nationalist, right? Stephen Biko was a black nationalist. You understand? Nnamdi Azikiwe was a black nationalist. Paul Kagame is a black nationalist. That just means they want to build a black nation. And the ultimate black nationalist believes in the African. That means a black African state. Now, if you believe in multiculturalism and multiracialism, you're not a black nationalist. I believe in a black nation, The people who founded Liberia were black nationalists. They wrote in their constitution, this is a black republic. That's what black nationalism means. FB says FBAs don't want nothing to do with anyone outside the black community in America. I don't know what the hell. They want something to do with white people because the FBAs, their whole thing is outreach to white people. You got that black skin is amazing guy hooking up with Jared Taylor. What's that all about? So people like Tariq and whatnot, the white supremacists are watching these people, they're watching these people. They know they're doing their bidding. And it was evidence uncovered by Haven Bullets that a lot of FBA anti-immigrant talk about actually really came down from white supremacy groups that Yvette Carnell and them were part of. To be the ADOS movement. How did the ADOS movement turn to anti-immigration? It was linked with white nationalist groups, right, who funded them. Now they spread their whole mantra of the ADOS FBA is anti-black immigrants. We're doing the bidding of these white supremacy groups in America. FBA is the only real black national. Okay, Jonathan, yeah. Just keep telling yourself that. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard. FBA is a real nationalist group. But yeah, folks, so we gotta do our thing, So Rico, I don't eat bushmeat, bro. I can understand why these FBA people, are so hateful, Yeah, I know they don't understand the definitions, Ben. I get that. That's why I'm here to educate them. If they don't know, I gotta teach them. That's what they call me. I'm a teacher. That's what American Rifleman says. Call as a teacher. That's what I do. I teach. I don't debate with people. I fucking teach. And it's a painstaking thing because the Negro is so hard headed. So hard headed. Yeah, Mari said xenophobia is freaking off the chain. Ralph says, I think Ralph's mad at me about something, but he says Kala would kill himself if white supremacists said Black Lives Matter. Yeah, I would think there was something wrong if white supremacists said Black Lives Matter. I would say nah. Ben, what's going on, bro?
Nothing much. I just finished up with class today. Tonight we are doing getting. I was doing discrete math.
Okay, good. Getting that education.
Yeah, yeah, no, yeah. It's a tough. It's a tough. I took it before, but where at school I have to. You have to get like a A. You have to get like a B minus or above to really get into the major. You have to get a 2.5 GPA. So you have to really get good grades for it.
That's good. So you making the grade?
I just started tonight.
Okay, good, good. Oh, well, wish you a lot of luck.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
So that'll be a big thing. So let's get down to business. Let's talk. Let's first talk about the the disgusting the thing with the Charleston White and Tariq. I am not surprised. I said, "Wow."
yeah,
He didn't even respond to that.
yeah. Tariq's a coward. That's why. That's the FBA leader. He has a transgender up there talking about she's a first lady of freaking thing. You have people like Ralph Doe, the Big Cheese, and all these other people following Tariq. When Enrico Miller in the chat room following Tariq, and that guy got a freaking LGBT transgender as his first lady of the FBA. I mean, what the hell, man?
It's not just that. You have Marcel Dixon.
Yeah, Marcel Dixon is so annoying, right? You got black people out there, like I was telling Brandon, why are you having this fool on your show, man? They're like, well, I want to fuck her. Hey, look, dude, man, dude will do anything to get attention. Everybody use everybody knows ain't no reparations coming. But reparations is a way of friggin' clout chasing black people, clout chasing black people and get oh yeah, reparations like these guys and you got black people out there that really believe the reparations check is in the mail, you
It's
know.
it's not
They
coming.
go check in their mailbox and whatnot. Tariq said we're gonna get reparations, so they go check in their mailbox. Yeah, keep your mailbox, keep watch your mail, man, because your reparation check come and whatnot. And you got people like, Kyle, if you don't want it, I'll take your check. I said, hey, you can go ahead and have my check. You got that
It,
money?
it, it, it's it's unbelievable. What happened to those other folks? The Jonathan Millers and them. It's
Ah,
like
these goofballs, man. Did you listen to last night's show?
I did it. What happened there?
Oh man, I had this chick call in. She wouldn't say what race she was one night, but these guys just ganged up on her. And I said, "Look, I'm gonna show her how to debate somebody. You could discredit the person without yelling at them and without, hey, just break her points down. You always take people. That's why I'm a master of debating. I take people's premise away from them. When you take somebody's premise away from them, they have nothing. Her assertion was that black people complain. Well, she did two things. She said black people complain about immigrants getting stuff because they were getting. And I said no, that's not what happened because you have a lot of middle class black people in Chicago that were complaining about illegal aliens because they're taking resources, in the community. It wasn't about the. She made it seem like they were the immigrants were getting welfare too. And I said these people weren't on welfare that was complaining. These are working class people who saw their taxes go up and they got less services that they're paying for, you know. And then she said, so if they're victims, right? Then I played a video of the white people in Springfield, Ohio, complaining about the Haitians. I said, now are they victims too? Complaining about being self-victimizing too? White people complain more about everything. That's how Donald Trump got elected. Most white people felt like they're being victimized. They're losing their country. Like this,
he's gonna scam the shit out of them. Watch.
Well,
He
I would
gonna
like to see. I would like to see. The fact of the matter is, I know for a fact of the matter is, you are not going to friggin' be able to deport 20 something million people like the
oh
way
he's
he says it was. It's not
oh
going to
he's,
happen.
no. And he's talking about owning Greenland, having Canada as a 51 state. I know what that means. It's totally basically he wants to try to merge the Gulf of America. You know what that is? It's globalization. It's basically consolidating every land and resources so they
Right.
can make.
So I'm saying like this: if the white man could talk about grabbing Greenland, Canada, and the Panama Canal, and you tell me there's something wrong with a black man saying he wants an African and an ancestral homeland, you know, why does a white man could get to do it? A white man, this is what I'm telling these FBA clowns, right? The white man said that he wants to see cities shining from coast to coast, sea shining sea, and he made that happen. That was his manifest destiny. You know, you think about, you ever seen the skyline of San Francisco?
No, I have.
San Francisco is a beautiful city, you know,
I
and when
see
you look,
pictures. When we see pictures on TV, no, San Francisco is a nice city.
it's a beautiful city,
It's
except for
just
the
when you go.
homeless thing. It's I'll be honest with you. I'll let John Cat. You know, when I was a teenager, right? You know where I went to move to when I grew up? San Francisco, because I used to always watch martial arts movies like that. And I'm always fascinated by the architecture of San. It looked like a beautiful city, you know. And then the movie 48 Hours was filmed in there, you know. And so like I was always in love with San Francisco. I just thought it was a beautiful city. You know, that's what. But now it's all trash. But my point I'm trying to make is when you look at New York, I'm from New York, right? Look at San Francisco on the West Coast, right? Los Angeles,
Yep.
Chicago, all these big mega city worth billions and billions of dollars worth of wealth, money pouring every place, right? And I'm saying to myself, the white man created a dream, you know, coast to coast, sea to shining sea. Even when you look at Florida, right? Florida's a beautiful state, you know.
Yes, it is.
Disney, you know, whatever it was, they made it. They made all their dreams come true. You know, here the black man, we're sitting in America. We're sitting there. What are we building? What do we have? You know, we're
We have
sitting
we have
figuring out.
fucking we have
We
fucking
talking about.
nothing.
You know what we accomplished? We got Fat Joe fired from BET.
Okay, I get what the Fat Joe statements are, and I get yes, he was being. But here's the thing. But that was on purpose. The time when the Fat Joe was coming in the late 90s, the music was slowly getting watered down. That's why he was allowed in, and that's why.
Well, actually, I'm from New York. Let's say, like, let me tell you something like that. Well, I'm from New York, right?
Yeah.
When I was growing up, or when the people who hung out with black people were blacks, Puerto Ricans. Like that, black people did,
Um,
Puerto Ricans did like graffiti and DJing and breakdancing and stuff like that. So it was like a whole big culture. It was mostly confined to like parts of Manhattan and the Bronx. That was hip hop, right? Black people, the mainstream Black America, really didn't really get into hip hop until Sugar Hill Gang came out, right, and then Run DMC came out. That's when black, working class, middle class America embraced the art form. Before it was confined to the Bronx. And who was in the Bronx? Mostly black Puerto Ricans and the poorest. So like the poorest areas of black culture was in the Bronx. That's what it was about. And I'm saying later on, like I said, in New York, we didn't have that really divide between people of color. Nobody cared about if you were Caribbean, whatever like that. It didn't really matter. Later on, you had people that basically nowadays are like, oh, FBA created. Well, when I was coming up, right, it was hip hop was more of a New York thing than it was a black thing, because outside New York, right, New York City, right, if you lived outside of the Bronx, nobody was really doing hip hop. Black people listen to R&B, Rick James, stuff like that. Nobody was basically listening to really hip hop the way people that we'll listen to. Now, who was thing was that when the black people were playing like DJ, something like that, like Grandmaster Flash on the flashes on the beatbox and certain raps. But for the most part, black that was usually by the youth. But for the most part, black people, for the most part, the main adult black people, they were into R&B, and soul. When that was the biggest music form in Black
w-
America.
and, and when you listen to it outside of mainstream, yeah, for Black people, most Black Americans I know listen to adults I see around listen to R&B.
Yeah, it was always like that, And then
It
what
still
happened
is
was
today.
hip hop. And when we was in New York, hip hop was only played at night. We had DJ Red Alert, Mr. Magic. They would go battles. It was called the underground. Back then it wasn't on the mainstream. You didn't see hip hop, and we had one television station, right? It was like a local UH U we call it back in the days HUCH whatever. It's like VH. You know what I'm saying? It was like two thick frequencies. UF was whatever it was called, right? Back in the day, in VH. Black people, we had one and public radio. We had public television, right? That we used to play a hip hop hour, right? That's all we had. And then I think ABC late night, right, had this one thing with this guy named Carlos De Jesus. He was like a black Puerto Rican guy, and he used to play hip hop at night. And the mainstream radio, Frankie Crocker and WBLS, they did not play hip hop in the daytime until the late '80s. You know, everything in the early hip hop was played at only at night, late night, and everything like that. We would say, "Yo, I get on a late night underground and whatnot," you know. And then out of nowhere, in the late '90s, a new radio station popped up called Hot 97, and
They
then,
destroyed it.
huh?
They actually destroyed it.
Yeah, it destroyed the mystique of hip hop. Before hip hop was just mixtapes and people doing underground. It was not mainstream in Black America, you know. And then also what happened? It became mainstream. It became watered down, you know. Before that, Black America wasn't really Black people. Most Black people are being introduced to hip hop the same time white people were in hip hop when it became mainstream. Only people living in hip hop, listening to hip hop back in the days were people in New York, and we used to listen to stuff underground and late at night, you know. And so therefore, when in the late '90s, when Hot 97 and MTV picked up hip hop, you know, the MTV it's like, geez, next thing you know, you had rappers. It's like Sign on a Dotted Line. I remember when Biggie Smalls was on thing, it was like, who the hell is this nigga? This nigga came out of nowhere. You know, next thing you know, he's all on MTV. That's the day where you could sign a contract, and next thing you know, you're on VH1, BT, and also like that. Before, you know, you didn't get on television if you was a rapper. Only rapper that really made on TV were LL Cool J and Run DMC. They were the only ones that really was on it. We just you saw that. To the rest of the world, they were the only rappers that existed. It was LL Cool J, Run DMC, maybe the Fat Boys. You know. Well, other than that, hip hop was not big among Black people back then. It wasn't. You know, it wasn't big. It was only like a New York thing. You know. So I love why people like Tariq coming from Alabama gonna talk about hip hop and whatnot. And we know outside New York, we used to come down to the South and we were surprised to hear like shows like Planet Rock and shit, you know. You know,
I'm glad. I'm glad you're telling me. I know I wasn't.
oh no, hold on. Know why people say Mike Check the bunk will say, look, I was there. I ain't something I talked about. I lived in New York. I lived in the Bronx. I lived in Queens. You know, I was there. I used to go to the Roxy, you know, to which we call there's a movie that came out called Wild Style 1981. That was so friggin' underground or not, you won't believe when I at the amphitheater, you know? And they filmed that there. When you drive across the Cross Bronx Expressway, you can see, look over there in Bronx River, you can see the Harlem Drive. You can see the amphitheater out there where they filmed the movie, you know? You can see the big amphitheater still there. You know, it's all graffitied up, but it's still there. So this is where I came from. What's up, classic? You know, that's where I come from, you know? I come from there. I used to live in the Bronx, you know, when I was a kid. And so the bottom line, I used to live in Queens, the Bronx, you know, Brooklyn, and all over the city, you know? And so the bottom line is I was there. And it was only friggin' people that listen to hip hop, man, because like my cousins, you know, my cousin, I remember he hated that shit, man, you know, he hated that shit, you know, he hated hip hop and all that stupid. They thought it was stupid, you know. A lot of Black people thought hip hop was ignorant and ghetto and, you know, like that. It was not real. Black middle class Black people did not really mess with hip hop. They were into like Carl Carlton, that song like "She's a Bad," Jermaine, whatever his name is. She's a bad man, Majama, you know, Rick James, you know, shit like that, you know. That's what mostly Black kids were into. Prince, Michael Jackson was big, you know. That's what most Black people were into back then, back in the middle class, stuff like that, you know. So I love these middle class Black people now talk about who created hip hop. Nigga, back in the days, nobody listened to this shit. Only group of people that broke that into the Black middle class mainstream was Run DMC, then LL Cool J. That was it. Other than that, Black people wasn't really into him. They didn't respect it like that, you know. And nobody bought the stuff. Everybody did was share their own tape. You know, tape it off the radio and listen to it. Nobody took the time and bought it. Run DMC was like, I think, one of the first records people went out and actually bought, you know, and it became profitable. They had a gold record. Their record went gold. But this idea, if the hip hop was so great, almost every one of these rappers from back then are broke, are poor, homeless. Grandmaster Cass, all these people are broke. They didn't make no money.
And to this day, right now.
Yeah, they don't make no money. So with this idea that black people create hip hop, so hip hop's a $1 billion industry. If black people created hip hop like you say it is, then how come the rappers that started it are all freaking broke?
And that's that shit and that's
that debunks that mic check shit. That's bullshit.
That destroyed the credit. That movie, I think like what Taraka Bay was talking about that movie, like really he copied the whole thing. It basically what it did, it destroyed the credibility of telling the right history.
Bottom line, Tariq, just like Tariq's freaking hidden color shit, all a bunch of fucking lies, all a bunch of fucking lies, all a bunch of pseudo history and whatnot. Tariq, when you listen to Mike Check and all that, you could tell somebody who didn't come from New York, don't know the New York flavor, the style, everything, what make New York people tick and whatnot. New York is just a different place, than the rest of America.
It has its flaws, but they just don't understand an actual New Yorker where they at, where the music come from, how it had its own.
I was there. And do you know some of the top hip hoppers back in the days of white guys? Man Parrish was white, Arthur Baker was white, and a lot of people, Kraftwerk, they produce a lot of beats that hip hop people use, a lot of electronic synthesized beats on that were imported from Europe. People don't understand that stuff like that.
No way.
Yes. Okay. I'm gonna play your video. One of the top songs that everybody sampled back in the days groups was from Germany called Kraftwerks. I'm gonna show you.
I've heard of that. I think some white person told me about Kraftwerk before. I've heard about that band.
Oh, but check this out. But Tariq don't know nothing about this shit. He's a fucking Bama ass nigga. I was in New York, bro. I was there.
And a lot of that music, I heard that like a lot of the German music, they call it like the German invasion.
Yeah, they had German, Paris, all these places, England, that basically was popular among black people. The beats of it. Now I'm gonna play a video, right? I'm gonna play this video, Trans Europe Express. This came out in '77. I'm gonna play something right here. This was, like I said, this was one of the biggest songs when I was a kid. '7. This was the same year that which we call we had the Summer of Sam. Summer of Sam. I remember from that year. I remember Summer of Sam. David Berkowitz killing people and whatnot. And this song always takes me back to that. I was like,
one thing that group was being suppressed by the labels. They didn't want that sound to come out. So they was overlapped by the Beatles.
This is how all the hip hop follow this sample size in the future. I'm saying like this. This is for fair use. I do not own the rights to this music. This song was had everybody rocking.
Let me listen.
This is a white band, This was the #1 song on the radio back then. I was talking about. Yo, can you hear it?
Yes, I can hear it.
You can hear it?
Yup.
All right. Express. Trans Europe Express. Trans Europe Express. There's a lot of people who contribute to hip hop, bro. Express. A lot of beats came from Europe, And this is 1977. This song is sampled by every last single person, songs like it started songs called like Electric Kingdom. This started the whole electronic beat movement. This was 1977, Johnson. And I love people come up here acting like they know what they're talking about. I was here.
Rendezvous on Champs-Élysées. Leave Paris in the morning with TEE. Trans-Europe Express. Trans-Europe Express. Trans-Europe Express. Trans-Europe.
That was Kraftwerks, you know. This is another song right here from Kraftwerks. This is my favorite Kraftwerks song. It's more fun. Me and my boy was playing basketball. My boy Chris, he's a DJ. When I'm gonna have him on the show, we were playing basketball song. I never forget the song because this is where he dunked on me, man. He freaking dunked right on my head. This song was like,
I hope I gotta listen to that show. I gotta listen to that show.
Which one?
The one when you bring that guy on. I need to listen to that.
My boy Chris, I'm gonna have him on. He's going through something right now. One of his cousins died. I was gonna have him on tomorrow, but his cousin died. I mean, he's a DJ on our radio station, you know, on Saturdays, you know. And so the bottom line is, we're gonna talk about the hip hop. He could ask. He was there. He lived in the Bronx too. If anything you want to know about hip hop and shit like that, he'll back up whatever I'm telling you. You know, I'm talking about people who are there. You know, not people who can learn this shit on fucking Tariq Nasheed. Come on, get the fuck out of here. You know. This is another Kraftwerk song.
Step into Wix Studio, the platform for agencies and enterprises, and turn website layouts into an art.
Then you have.
It's more fun to compute. It's more fun to compute. It's more fun to compute.
This is like the number one breakdancing song. Number one breakdancing song. Black people ain't great techno, bro. Black people borrowed techno.
It's more fun to compute. It's more fun to compute. It's more fun to compute. It's more fun to compute.
Now, what you go about this idea that only black people in hip hop right there? I'm gonna play a video called "Buffalo Gals." And tell me what you see in the video. This is freaking 1982. Girl, oh, Buffalo Gal. Now, Malcolm McLaren was another white guy. Came to the Bronx, whatnot. He hooked up with the world famous Supreme team. Because back then, we didn't care about race and color, shit like that. Everybody was contributing to this art form, you know?
Okay, I got a quick question before you play that, Colin. What roles did they play in R&B in some of this?
Well, who?
I mean, some of the music. This is more hip hop only, right?
Well, the whole thing is right back then. Yeah, hip hop basically was the hip. It was like the coolest thing out there. It was like so friggin' taboo. It was like something that was not really embraced by white or black. It was like its own genre. Nobody really got into it. It wasn't something that was either black or white, whatever. It was just hip hop, you know. it was a place, like I said about the Matrix, right? Where you, whatever you were you Puerto Rican, white, whatever like that, you adopted a tag, what we call a tag name, right? What's your tag name? If your name is Melvin Brooks, right? You traded your name to Grandmaster Melly Mel. If your name is Samuel Cook, you said Sammy Sam's in the place to be. You see what I'm saying? Everybody had an alternative identity in the hip hop world. Mine was Crazy Ace back in the days when I was known as Crazy Ace. I used to break dance and I was a DJ and I used to rap back in the days in my crew. When everybody had a crew name, a real name and your crew name, right? And then that's what the culture was: Puerto Ricans, blacks, and everything like that. You knew each other by their street name. That's how we got down. We had white kids out there that did their thing when you respected their hip hop, whatever. That's what the hip hop culture was all about. It's new culture where people stepped into, outside of their social thing. It's like, okay, when you go back to your family, you go back to being Puerto Rican, you go back to being black. Yeah, but when in the hip hop world, we got together in the hip hop world, we just got down,
So it kind of looked like, okay, blacks had a major role in creating it. I feel like now it seems that this had a little multicultural feel
it
with
was
it.
very multicultural. I'm trying to tell you where it was, And then what happened was, as it got popular, when white people in the mainstream picked up on it, right? They started saying, they made it like an inner city thing, even though hip hop was spreading to the suburbs and everything. We was upstate New York, and we were doing hip hop shows and everything like that. We're living in the suburbs. We used to go to the city. We was like this, so they tried to make it seem like just an inner city ghetto thing, whatever like that. And then we had white kids that were doing it, breakdancing and doing stuff like that. But the media portrayed it as just an inner city art and blah, blah. They limited it to that, So that's how it stuck. And they also, when they basically talk about inner city, they forget there's whites in the inner city, there's Puerto Ricans in the city, there's Jamaicans in the city, right? It's not all African Americans, but they basically made it seem like they were just the inner city is just nothing but black African Americans. No, it's everybody in there. That was real hip hop, And so that's how it went. That's why a lot of people think that hip hop was just black American. No, it wasn't. If you were there, you understand there was a whole bunch of people that was hip hopping, But the media, that's all the media want to show. And a lot of black people believe that to this day. Foundational black people start here. No, no, no. That's what the media told us, But everybody, Melly Mel said that, and said same thing about Body. He said there was a lot of people involved in hip hop, And one of these purposes was this guy named Malcolm McLaren right here. I think he was from England, But watch this video. This is a Bronx. I know some of these people in Rocksteady crew. That's Norm Ski. Norm Ski is half black, half Puerto Rican. For fair use, folks. I don't own the rights to this video. This is a Rocksteady crew. That's crazy words. That's flip rock. That's Icy Ice. That's Fable and I forgot those guys' names. Wait, tall guy's Fable.
Oh, Eminem. Hey, stop me. Eminem, one of Eminem's songs.
What?
That round the
Oh
outside, round.
yeah. He borrowed that. Round the outside. Three trailer park girls go round the outside. Yeah, he borrowed that. He borrowed that. Yeah.
Oh,
Dollar Bill, what's going on, brother?
this has their hands.
What's
Oh
up,
my
gentlemen?
Yeah,
Guys, I think what you're watching is the 1980s,
yeah, the early 1980s.
but that's not the beginning of hip hop.
Well, I know that. What I was trying to play, was that I'm saying that back in the days, I remember groups like Kraftwerks, Arthur Baker, people like that. They weren't black, And I said to myself, so everybody we borrow hip hop, like Mel said, hip hop is the most appropriated stuff. Thing we appropriated Pee Wee Herman.
Now, I haven't seen the Wild Style, but I was told I was there.
Yo, Wild Style was this shit, man.
I know
was like,
Melly Mel.
it was a white chick that did that documentary, Wild Style.
No, it was a white boy, I think.
It was a white chick, but she was a white chick that was in it, though.
Yeah. But see, people don't understand, and I think this is where people get it twisted and get it messed up. Hip hop started in the 70s, and you had some Hispanics that were down, but it was never 50-50.
No, it wasn't 50. I never in a million years said that.
So what people don't realize is, even though you had some Hispanics down,
they were adopting a black culture.
Yeah, this was all about black culture.
It was a black culture. It was, like I said, it was Hispanic. It was like amazing how Hispanics in the Bronx and everything like that. It's like it goes back to Harlem, right? They basically people came to Harlem, right? You'd be surprised. When you went to Harlem, uptown, and whatnot, you had to dress a certain way, because you go around fancy black. The swagger and the style of Harlem, right, permeated to everybody who went there and influenced by it. Oh, I'm going to town. I get my fancy suit. I get the zoot suit, whatever it is,
So people like Fat Joe, they come in the 80s, a decade after hip hop already busted on the scene. People like KRS-One came a decade after hip hop already bursted on the scene.
KRS-One is he's not he says he's like one of the originators, but he's not. He
came during the golden age of hip hop. See, the 1980s was called the golden age of hip hop, and so he was not around. Okay, when Melly Mel was down, when it was the Funky Four and plus one more. I knew all these dudes. Like I knew the first Puerto Rican that you hear speaking.
MC Shoe B.
No, Whip a Whip.
I remember MC Shoe B. Oh, wow.
It was Ruby D.
MC Ruby D from the Cold Crush Brothers.
So the Cold Crush, and Whip is my boy. People don't know Whip is a black Puerto Rican. Shout out to my man Whip a Whip. He knows Dollar Bill in the house. We used to play down in the Ecstasy Garage, down on 170th and McCombs Avenue, back in the days. So you did have people who were in that era, right? Because I'm not even in the first generation of hip hop, but I'm before all those other guys, right? So when I got into hip hop, it was probably like late 70s, early 80s. I was into hip hop, but before when KRS-One came out, I was already in college. I was already a college kid and had basically almost retired.
Hey, hold on. Let me address what John was saying. Look, I never said all races created. I'm saying hip hop was the first really black genre that appropriated it wasn't afraid to experiment. Remember something the doing the mixing, that's something that evolved. Mixing, scratching, that evolved. Just like basically taking, like Grandmaster Flash said, he uses samples from Led Zeppelin and stuff like that. Jimi Hendrix. So hip hop wasn't afraid to use stuff that people like. Okay, it gotta be hip hop was. They say a lot of the stuff came from Europe. Paris, right? Like Man Paris. That was a hip hop bebop. That was used in a lot of hip hop and.
Well, when you talking about Kraftwerks, right? So that's basically wasn't even hip hop. That was
hip hop used it though.
Yeah, but that was techno music.
It was techno music, but we sampled. Kraftwerk came out. Then remember, that's when the electronic started coming out, like that movie, that song Electric Kingdom. Through. That was my song back in we
were playing those kinds of music, right? Because you got to remember, back in the days when people were down in certain parts like Alphabet City and those areas down there, that's where all of the popular people that like Madonna, the Sex Pistols,
right.
So a lot of these early
punk rockers and whatnot,
punk rock was created in the East Village, and we used to play all over. So we would play with those type of guys,
right?
And so you would see an amalgamation of the music where we would sample a beat, right? Like walk this way. People were sampling that long before Run DMC did his thing. Mm-hmm. People were sampling those beats, Aerosmith. So Aerosmith and different Rare Earth, so what's his name? He talks about that. The other DJ, not Bambaataa, but what's the big guy's name?
Kool Herc. Yeah. And Flash talks about that too. Flash goes, he used to study rock bands and get beats and stuff like that, from a lot of rock.
But basically, the main beat in anything came from a man named James Brown.
Yeah.
The most influential artist and musician of the 20th century. Hands down.
Also, hip hop used a lot of those black soul songs from the 60s when I sampled and brought them back to life,
Yeah, but James Brown was
that Juicy song. Who was that Juicy song made from? I know, remember it's a
Mtume. The same guy that used to be on Mtume did Juicy, and that's what Biggie Smalls.
Biggie Smalls used that shit,
Yeah, Mtume.
People think that was Biggie Smalls' original beat. I was like, nah, man. Nah, bro.
Biggie Smalls even copied his style from another brother from the South.
And that was named Notorious Big.
I think they paid him off.
Yeah.
So he wasn't even original. And Jay-Z stole a lot from Biggie and Big L and a lot of these dudes from back in the day.
Jay-Z's a massive biter, bro. That was a
So, a lot of these things, these guys, they don't really know. But see, what happens is there were some Puerto Ricans
but hip hop was not a Puerto Rican culture
that hung with us. But Puerto Ricans had their own little don't you really
that bubblegum music,
They had their own little
that was Puerto Rican music,
Right, they had their own little Puerto Rican
or you remember Stevie B?
Yeah, they were all into that.
Girl. Yo, that was shit. That was some shit.
But it wasn't to that guy who got the brothers, the twin brothers. They started producing that Puerto Rican girl who was singing from hip hop. I'm trying to remember her name. Cold Jam.
Lisa?
Yeah, Lisa.
They
actually got her.
Take you home.
Yeah,
you bring me back, man.
So they kind of like brought that in to the hip hop genre. But really, see, back in the day, even the Puerto Ricans they'll tell you, the ones who was like assimilating
down with black people. They were down with black people.
But see, that was only in the Bronx.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Okay, Puerto Ricans and El Barrio, they weren't rocking with the black people.
And the black people out in Queens won't really mess with Puerto Ricans.
So only in certain areas in the South Bronx.
It was only in the South Bronx that shit was.
And you didn't see a whole lot. So mostly you saw guys, right, who would that was their boy, and they put this cat on because they liked that particular cat. It wasn't because they had a big following. in the black and the Hispanic community. And the other thing I want to say about that, if Puerto Ricans say that we helped them, that they helped us invent hip hop, why won't they give us credit for reggaeton?
Yeah, that's another thing. Reggaeton is definitely a ripoff of hip hop,
right?
You know,
so why would they give us credit? Do you see? That's the disingenuousness of, even though Fat Joe's my man, I love Fat Joe, you know, but that's the whole thing. He won't never do that, and so, you know, people like to be disingenuous with their stuff because they only go back a certain age and they don't really know. They know the golden age of hip hop. He knew a lot of people in the golden age. I give him credit for that. He knew a lot of people from back in those days, but those were not the beginnings of hip hop. The beginnings of hip hop were out in the park, not on records.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Right? So there's a divide. See, most of these artists think that hip hop began when they started making recordings. That's
recording,
not
getting on MTV and shit.
Hip hop was on the street lights.
And also, you had to, back in the days, we didn't have records initially. We would tape it off the radio at late night one night, you know.
Well, that wasn't even a radio. There was no radio play.
Well, I started when I used to listen to Mr. Magic and Red.
Yeah, but this is way before Mr. Magic was on the radio. This was out in the street lights.
I wasn't, you know.
We used to take the street lights, okay, and unplug the street lights and plug up our sound systems to the street lights, and all we had was a rope. We put you would be behind the ropes, and then we go out into the parks and into the street, and we threw block parties. This is long before you know, those guys that had, you know, radio. So this went on for like a decade before people even started getting the first record together in hip hop. So when people like Fat Joe talk about hip hop, they can only go to an era that they were in. But there was a whole era of hip hop, and people were known, and there were some Puerto Ricans, maybe like 2%, that were down. But it was 98% black. And it was a black music genre. Make no mistakes about it.
New York, man. We used to have, you know how black Nyack is. Have you been in Nyack, New York?
Of course, I'm in the Nyack.
Oh, yo,
I got to
you go to Haverstraw,
Beacon,
Nyack. Oh, you been to Beacon?
I've been to Poughkeepsie.
Poughkeepsie, that's my stopping grounds, right? Have you been to Haverstraw? Have you been to Tarrytown?
Of course.
Yo, those are black enclaves.
I've been to Irvington, the Dobbs Ferry,
there was nothing
Sleepy
but
Hollow.
Funk. They be playing funk, hip hop. But that was back in the days, man. You know.
So
yeah, hip hop is definitely a black music. You know,
it's a black music genre. Don't get it people twisted. And even the dance that was done was not started by Puerto Ricans. The dance for rap, that rap was doing, people were doing it in Nicholas Brothers out in the 40s and the 50s. Puerto Ricans weren't even in America.
But my only point about Dollar Bill is the fact that as I recall growing up, right, hip hop was, to me, meant the Bronx. You know, I'm gonna tell you how I felt like this. Hip hop to me was basically the Bronx, right? When I thought about hip hop, the Bronx, right? When I think of hip hop, I didn't think about Queens, even Brooklyn, right? It was just something, a Bronx culture to me, you know? And then once it got on the radio and stuff like that, it became a New York thing, New York, and then the surrounding areas, right? But initially, back in the like 80, 81, when I used to live in Tracy Towers and whatnot, hip hop was just the friggin' Bronx, you know?
You know what was from Tracy Towers?
Yeah, I live in Tracy Towers, man.
You know who's from Tracy Towers?
Who?
Jermaine Dupri.
Really?
He's not an Atlantan. He's a New York.
From Atlanta.
Nah.
Oh.
Jermaine Dupri is from Tracy Towers.
Wow.
Okay, I think his first group was Houdini, right? Houdini. Right. All of those guys are from Tracy Towers.
Really? I never knew that.
Yeah, those are Tracy Tower cats, man. He's from the Bronx. Jermaine Dupri's the
I heard Tracy Towers full of Africans now, you know?
Well, I mean, you know, it is what it is.
I don't want nobody to get mad at me. No, it's no big deal, but it is what it is now. It's like all foreigners in there now, you know?
Yeah, I'm sure they have a lot of foreigners that live there. But Jermaine Dupri used to be a dancer. My boy Disco Prince used to live there in Tracy Towers, and he was the DJ of my boy T-Ski Valley, Catch the Beat.
Right.
And so Tracy Towers, and plus Golden Voice and a couple of those guys that used to be down.
You go over there now, man. The place is all dirty. That part of Webster Avenue is all freaking dirty. Now, when I don't look like the same when I was growing up, man. It don't look clean at all, man. I can't stand it.
Back in the days. But a lot of people don't know that, man. But you had Puerto Ricans that were down, definitely that were there, but they weren't in the majority. They'll tell you themselves that most of the people, they was heavy. Puerto Ricans were heavy, especially in the 70s and in the early 80s in that South.
Most Puerto Ricans, I used to diss Puerto Ricans back in the days when you mentioned things like Molnudo. My boy Puerto Ricans boys like, man, get that gay shit out of here, Molnudo. They hate that shit.
They had little groups and stuff like that. They had them hate.
I say that's the Puerto Rican though. So, I don't fuck with that shit, man. Fuck
you had some Puerto Ricans that was definitely down.
Yeah, they were black.
But it wasn't like it was 50-50. Joe was smoking crack.
No.
He called him Joey Crack for a reason. There was no 50-50. That's not true.
Yeah.
That's definitely not true.
That's not what basically saying that 50% of Puerto Ricans want to be black. Hip hop was definitely black.
Puerto Ricans are black people, man. They're part of the diaspora. Let's stop. Those who and a lot of the guys that initially were down with it, like Whipper Whip, people don't know Whipper Whip is a Puerto Rican. Whipper Whip back in the days. Let me see if maybe I can try to find his image. He don't look. He had pork chop, sideburns. Whipper Whip. I don't know. He looked more Puerto Rican now that he's old.
Yeah, I seen people like that when now they're old. The Puerto Rican come out when that is. I seen that too.
But definitely, that's my dog right there, man. Whipper Whip. Let me see if I got some.
I heard that.
Whipper Whip. Dottle Rock, who's dead. James. His name is James Austin Whipper the second, better known by his stage name as Prince Whipper Whip. He's an American hip hop recording artist. He's of Puerto Rican descent and an original member of Grand Wizard Theodore and the Fantastic Five. He's 62 years old. And Whip, when I first saw Whip, like I thought Whip was just a straight up brother, eating collard greens and stuff. Just looked like a light-skinned cat to me, because he definitely didn't look Puerto Rican. Now you could see Ruby D was distinctly Puerto Rican looking. And that's the thing that he said, his first rap. He said, I'm a Puerto Rican that you hear speaking. He was telling people, I might sound like I'm black. I might,
my name is I'm a Puerto Rican. You might think I'm black by the way I'm speaking,
There you go.
Can I ask this another before we continue? What do you think about this word delineate?
Well, me whole thing is I'm like this. Let me say my opinion. I think for the most part, right? Unfortunately, right? I think black people in America. I think the stuff that we should be delineating about, right? We're not, but we're focusing on something like hip hop, everything. I think there's more important things that we should be like that. Like most black people really don't embrace. You ask a black person, do you know who Reginald Lewis was? Right? I get you're gonna get crickets, right? I'll put it in the chat room, right? Press 1 if you know who Reginald Lewis was. They'll go Google and watch. And so the bottom line is this: stuff like this. Who was Duke Ellington? Who was Elliot Fitzgerald? Who was Ralph Ellison? Who's all these people that's in black culture that's important? Who name me the friggin' Harlem Renaissance? What the significance of the Harlem Renaissance? Black people don't know. So therefore, it's an imbalance there. If we were basically gatekeeping our culture, right, we would know about the Harlem Renaissance or that. Dalba, if you want to post and let Elvis up, it's on you.
Now that one I didn't know how to do that one. That one I haven't.
Well, you have an invite button on the bottom.
There you go. So I'll put the copy and the link right there.
Yeah, copy. Yeah, if you want to.
That's cool. There you go, Elvis. You can come on up, bro.
I don't feel like the effort to
What happened, man? They got on your nerve. What happened, bro?
Oh, you should have seen last night. They both him and Jonathan really got on my last nerve last night.
Oh,
You gotta listen to like even Frenchie called me and said, "Yeah, Colin, you handle that girl right." Some chick was coming here talking stuff right, but I've handled it right. Respect to the first time caller. Yo, you didn't post, bro. You didn't post. Did you post a link?
Yeah, I said invite, and then it says
it didn't show up. I'm not seeing it. Oh, maybe I missed.
Maybe I have to put it like, hold on. Once I do it here, I gotta paste it, and then it'll come. Let me see. Is it on now?
Yeah, now it is. Yeah.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, check us out. Anyway, I have because she basically look. This is how it is, right? This is her premise was. She basically came in. She said her father here was illegally here, so I know where she's coming from, right?
Okay.
There's a lot of people who basically came to this country, right, illegally, right, but they still somehow feel like they're more entitled to America than Black people are. That's what it is. But she wouldn't tell us what her other side was a Black one. I knew she was probably either white or she was probably white passing Black. Her mother was probably a white passing Black Black person, right? And so anyway, I basically said to her, she wouldn't say what she was. She said people would jump on her. That means she was mostly white or not, you know. And like so. Anyway, she was like basically. The topic was Black people coming more to the right, and she said the only reason why Black people support Trump for the most part. And I said no. I said Black people stayed home. That don't mean they supported Trump. She goes because of immigrants. They're mad at immigrants. I said that's not really the case, right?
Well, I agree that there's a portion of Black people who are definitely not happy with the immigration.
Oh yeah, we know that, but she tried to make it seem like the reason why is because the Black people feel like the immigrants are going to take their welfare from. I said no, this is middle class Black people, but and the bottom line, and Black people looking at the thing. Look, if you let, I'm looking at it right now. Like I said, for the Black people out who are working class, I'm going to be good. Dollar bill's going to be good, right? Mm-hmm. But if you basically change what will over the last 100 years, think about it. The last 100 years, we basically created a system where we have a first world way of life because we have what? Healthcare, workman's comp, vacation pay, all the stuff like this that we worked for the last 100 years, right?
Yeah.
Illegal immigrants is threatening that. Why? Because when you use staffing services, right? Staffing services, that cuts all your costs in half. Even if you pay some illegal alien $15 an hour, right?
Yeah.
If you pay another person, it costs like $30 an hour to employ somebody, minimum, $30 an hour. Now, when you have illegal, that's all the money you don't have to spend. Now, if that trend continues, right, with the blessings of the government, right, that means whole segments of Black people who are always counting on blue collar jobs like that will be outdoor because there's no way you can compete against that unless we're going to lower our standard of living, right? Not have health care, not have vacation pay, not have retirement money, and also like this. Are you willing to do that? No. Then the illegal aliens got to go. That's
I don't think the issue with illegal aliens for me or you has that issue.
Oh, for me, no. I'm not in that league.
I think when you talk about the quality of life, right?
Right.
For people who are illegally coming here and getting involved in crime, and the way that they just arrested a guy and not arrested him, just sentenced a young guy, MS-13, illegal alien, who was killing people, man. He killed like young girls, and they put him in jail for life. So those are the types of issues that I would be interested in. I don't care if a person comes here legally, does what they're supposed to do, get a job, contribute to society, and become, a good citizen. That's fine. But I have a problem with illegal people coming here, okay, killing people up and doing all kind of crazy.
Well, they want to do it when that, and then both say that you can't deport them and all this kind of stuff like that. Out there rallying all over the country against deportation. They also, I played a video last night where this lady came here 20 years ago illegally, right? And she sought sanctuary in the church. It was like big headlines, right? Then 20 years later, this lady still can't speak English. That's some shit. She goes, her son's now grown, and she's out there protesting for illegal aliens, and she's speaking in Spanish. I'm like, Dad, 20 years, you couldn't even at least learn the language? I mean, come on,
Well, she don't want to. And see, the thing is, places like New York City allow this nonsense to go on, right? There's no real requirements for people to do anything. And I understand. See, the thing is, I feel for people in their circumstance and situation, right? But see, now if you put this to people in the Caribbean and Africa, and we want to talk about this tonight, how do they feel, okay, reversely, of us getting automatic citizenship for being descendants, okay, of the
No, they
slave
oppose that shit, you know, but they
of
can
the
come
slave
here
trade? How would
and suck
how,
off the American
I
public.
want to know how do they feel about that? Because I always hear people talking about how they should behave while they in Africa, what they should
They
do.
just like Umar Johnson. Let me tell you something, Dollar Bill. Umar Johnson's going over there before he's quitting being a dick police. Excuse my language, right? Now he's going to be a repatriation police. You know, don't come over here doing this or not. I'm like, this nigga got to go, man.
You don't even got a job, bro. Please.
And he's going to tell people not to be a capitalist, don't engage in what. So people come here and jobs and everything. You know,
they want to be gatekeepers.
Yeah, they want to be gatekeepers. He's over there himself. And what you call? Like you got David Hitt trying to call in. You know, Hitt, you gotta send another link, man. You like
send another link for the Hitt?
No. I think he is, but his connection's bad. So
what's up, Dollar Bill? What's up, Crazy Ace?
What's going on?
What's on your mind?
I know Carla was a rapper and a break dancer. Carla was break dancing last night for this light skinned lady, man. You should have seen it, Dollar Bill.
Let me
that
get
shit
my
was
green.
crazy.
Y'all about to get buck wild. But listen, can I put this out in the air?
Yeah.
What the hell is Ghana doing?
I have no idea.
Why is Ghana giving all these white folks citizenship? What's that all about?
Ghana's looking for the bag, man. Ghana, it's not about building anything like that. They just want that money. They see black in America got money. Hey, what they should be doing is trying to get their own citizens living abroad back to their country, you know? Yeah, that's what they should be doing, you know? Not worrying about black America.
You have black people that have been in there. Somebody turn off mute themselves who got their background. Turn that background off, please.
My bad. Mute.
Yeah, you got black people been in that country for 30 years and can't get.
You still got the background
citizenship.
Why you mute me? That wasn't me.
I didn't mute anyone.
No, I'm saying I'm just muting everybody because
that wasn't me. It might be the new guy.
Yeah, I didn't mute anyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead, bro.
So you got all of these people, man, getting citizenship. I saw all these white folks, man, running up there getting citizenship, man. I was like, what the hell is going on, man? What anybody can, explain what's going on? Do they hear anything? Elvis?
But why are you opposed to them getting citizenship, Dollar Bill?
Why am I opposed to white people getting citizenship?
Because we're black nationalists, that's why.
Okay. It's not like a white man going to be the president of Ghana or is going to be in any position of power.
Well, but let me ask you a question, Elvis.
There'll be taxpayers for Ghana.
Hold on, Elvis. Hold on. If they got residency there, they're still going to pay taxes. Why do they need to have your citizenship should be something that's coveted? Special.
Let me just say this.
Mean something. It should have meaning.
You have to understand what a naturalized citizen rights are in Ghana. You got to check up on it.
I'm glad I'm not.
I got to push back. This is the thing, right? And I'm not talking about you, Elvis. Seriously, you my man. This is the thing. I know I'm gonna say something gonna infuriate you, right? But I gotta say it. This is the African mind that drives me crazy.
Because I'll be a hypocrite too, Dollar. You got to think about it that way. I'm a black man in a white country. I got a citizenship in this country.
That's sad, man.
So what am I going to say?
That's why when
that black people can't have, or white people can have citizenship in my country,
state and stuff like that. We cannot take advice.
They can't
have citizenship in your country.
They can't. And
I know they can in my country specifically, but I mean, on the continent.
African Americans started that country, and we knew the white man. Listen, this is the naivete of the African mind, not you, because your country's smarter than that. Do you guys realize this is African
No,
countries?
the miracles are smarter. These
And
people.
America was completely native. There were millions. There weren't like 10 people. There were millions of native people living in the Americas. When the Europeans came here, they systematically destroyed them and killed them. What makes Africans think that you're going to absorb a bunch of white people? Okay, you don't know the nature of crackers. This is why you're. This is the reason. This is the reason that we can't land.
Dollar Bill, don't exaggerate. Calm down for a second.
Go ahead.
How many white people do you think are citizens of Ghana?
Too many.
Nah, not too many. I guarantee it's probably less than 1,000 people, right? So
Yes,
where the
That's
real
how it
powers
starts.
reside? What's up, Jonathan? You said that's how it starts.
That's
You can
how.
manage
Well, it
immigration in
was
this
a
country.
few
We
of them
manage
that came
immigration.
to the continent when they colonized it. It didn't have to.
exactly.
Yeah,
That's a
no,
different rap.
I'm saying now they can manage immigration. They have a quota. They can manage it. Just how they manage how much immigrants from certain parts of the world come into this country. Ghana can manage it. I'm sure they're doing it for economic purpose. So you got to look into it and just not assume that
They're
white
crazy.
people should never become citizens in the African country.
Can I say?
I don't
They
agree with
can't
that.
even manage their resources, but you think they can manage that? Come on,
Can I say
we
this?
got too much hope in them.
Can I say this, Elvis? In December the 11th, 1620, 102 Mayflower pilgrims landed on what is called today Plymouth Rock, the first step on the shore of what is now called Massachusetts. You know how many white people are here now?
Oh, dollar bill, dollar bill. Come on. There are 40 million people in Ghana right now. They have
You don't
a military. They have a international relations. They
you
have
think there were
diplomats.
40, you don't think there were 40 million Native Americans in
Even that,
South America?
there wasn't an established nation that's backed by international laws and diplomatic ties. It's different.
What's different is, oh my God, this is what I'm trying to say.
Dollar bill, relax, bro.
Insane. We're
Relax.
Dollar
dealing with the
bill,
cracker.
dollar
Don't you watch
bill,
the
it's the
Matrix?
dollar bill Ubuntu. You
Ubuntu.
have to
I'm
understand the
trying
mind
to get
of an
my Ubuntu.
African.
Ubuntu.
It's
I'm
I got
telling
okay.
Ubuntu.
you.
There's
I'm
no
telling you.
hell for them.
Think about this, dollar bill. Look, you're an African American, right? But think
Today,
about this.
I'm
Hold
not
on.
today. We Wabian though.
Hold on. Hold on. So they say they want to become citizen, and Ghana said no. No European can become citizen of our African nation. What do
Yes.
you think the ripple effect will be for Africans living in Europe and in the West who wants to become citizen of those countries?
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, but that's
Nothing.
not our problem, though.
Of course, and that's
Absolutely
why I'm telling
nothing.
you. It's not your problem because you're not an African who might have a relative or who might be in a situation where you have a citizen of a Western country. So that's the difference.
Elvis, are there countries right now that white people can't get citizenship in?
I'm sure there's a few, Liberia for one.
Vietnam. You can't own land in Vietnam.
Saudi
White
Arabia.
white people. You can't in certain parts of the kingdom. Listen, this is what I'm trying to tell you. When y'all allow, see, you guys just don't get it. Yeah, I don't understand how many millenniums y'all need to know the cracker. I don't know what it takes for y'all to
Dollar
know.
bill, you have to have over 50 million people to move to 50 million white people to move to Ghana to be the minority in that country, to be the
No,
majority in
that's
that
not how they
country.
do it. Let me just explain this to you.
But they colonized Ghana without being the majority.
That was for force,
Listen,
Jonathan. This is not
it
going
is
to be with force.
technology.
And they
Listen,
still own
it's
90% of the
biological.
resources without
It is biological warfare and technology that allow people to get all the majority in the Americas. You got these crazy fools, okay, allowing these crazy white folks to give them strange vaccinations. You eating their modified food, and now the creme de la creme. You're inviting these, and you know what? The first thing they're gonna say when they have one of these little mixed up babies, they're Africans. That's the first thing y'all allowing to happen. The same problems that they had in South Africa. You
I
think
actually know dollar bills the other way around, right? Like the Cadola was saying, right? And again, it's a little bit
oh
colorist.
my God.
Well, hold on. Let me just say this, right? In Africa, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of for people who are mixed. I'm sorry for saying this, and now it's become a slur. But we call mixed people mulattoes, and that's a derogatory term in Africa. We don't call them black, but in this country, a person who is half black or even a quarter black, they're considered black. So it's what you're saying. If a white man goes to Africa and has a baby who is half and half, most Africans don't look at that baby as a black African child. They call them mulatto.
Oh, really?
They might have one. Yeah, that's what I'm trying
Okay.
to tell you. It's
Well, let me
different.
ask you this question then. Since we're talking about Ghana specifically, who is Mr. Rollins, and how many percentage of white did he have?
I think his mother. I think what I don't know. I don't know his history, but I know he has part of his is like Irish or something like that. I think maybe his dad or something.
So
Yeah, I
in
don't
less
know.
than 1 or 2 generations, his family assimilated into blackness, and he
No, but
became the president
he was
of
raised
Ghana.
by his mother, right? His father
What I'm saying,
wasn't there,
you act
and
like
he took. Hold on, a dollar bill. He took power through a military coup, and I think he was subsequently democratically elected later on. So it's a little different.
it's not different.
It's
It
not
doesn't
different
matter.
at all.
If you have people who live there with these black mamas, history has shown that a guy in less than 2 or 3 generations became the president of the country that you're importing white people in and giving them citizenship. So
Yeah,
they
but again, you
might
gotta look at the laws of Ghana, right? Do they have a law against Europeans becoming citizen of their country?
no, because they didn't have
Yeah,
African
that's what I say.
Americans
That's
taught
why I
them.
say you have to study. You have to study it, right?
No,
So
I
if it's
do. That's what I'm saying. It's the African mind that is insane, right? It's
you
the
got you you
I'm
gotta
gonna
look.
say
You
it.
gotta look behind it. Read behind it and see
I'm
what the
reading
purpose
behind
of
it.
this is. What is the
I'm
purpose
reading
of it?
behind it. I
What's the
know they want
initiative
the
behind
money.
it?
I know they
Okay.
want the bag, but they don't realize who they messing with. Let me just tell you how insidious white folks are.
Dollar bill. There are a lot of Lebanese, a lot of white people who are citizens of Nigeria. Are they become presidents? Are they subjugating the Nigerian people on the large scale? Of course not.
Yeah, but
Most
you
of these
don't
people
have
are
that
business
many.
people.
Hell
But
yeah.
Nigeria is an infinitely bigger place than Ghana.
Ghana has like 30 to 40 million people, if I'm not
Yeah, but
mistaken. There's a
Nigeria
lot
is
of people there.
almost 200 million
Lebanese and the
people.
white people are like the small hat community in America, but in Nigeria. They run that
You said
motherfucker.
they're
I
like the
think that
what?
they're like the small hat community. They run Nigeria.
See,
But
you
they
guys
don't they
don't
don't they don't
realize
run the country
that
though.
somebody put Rollins'
Yeah,
father
they
was
do.
Scottish. Listen,
Okay,
Matter of
got it.
fact, I'll post a link to a general that's in a top Nigerian journal saying that the foreigners are the ones that's running everything.
you guys are gonna screw
Okay.
around and mess up the whole continent. You'll keep dealing with the devil, and the devil will show you when you dance with the devil under the pale moonlight.
Hey, Zalbo, you guys, I wanted to get to the topic right tonight. I mean, you dismiss what you're saying, but I said black people wasted his moral credit and empathy capital on Obama. In other words, I remember right after Obama got elected, white people were saying, "Look, we don't have to worry about racism anymore because we elected a black man." And that's what black people are really dealing with right now. White people are like, "Yo, we elected a black man twice, so we're not racist. We don't owe y'all nothing, whatever like that. We gave y'all reparations when we elected Obama twice."
For how could Obama be? Obama
But
is
that's
not
the way
even.
they think.
He was not. Well, that was. Listen, this is the game, right?
They played him. They called him an African
That
American because
white
they want to.
liberals have been playing with us, and they're angry now because we didn't fall for the Camilla bait. And so I'm not so much angry with people delineating as I was before, because people are constantly being used. I'm against the xenophobia. Let's make that clear. I'm against xenophobia, right? But I'm not against people delineating, because everybody delineates. Caribbeans come and they have their own little thing. They got their little jump ups, okay, and they wave up their flags and do their thing, right? And so they shouldn't be angry when we delineate, right? Africans, they have their own thing. They shouldn't be angry when we delineate. What I don't like is xenophobia, right? So we have to separate. I know Elvis would say, you don't like their xenophobia, you like your kind of xenophobia. Right, Elvis? Right, he would say that. I'm just saying.
I'm waiting for the punchline, Dollar Bill, because I know it's coming. Go ahead.
All I'm saying is this. This is the shenanigans, the games that they play. Barack Obama went into a black community and became a community activist. He joined a black militant church in Chicago with Reverend Wright.
That was all set up. That was all theatrics.
All of this was staged. So white people can't see. The thing is, white people.
Could it be because his wife is from Chicago and she grew up in a place now called Old Black? Is that a reason why Obama was in Chicago in the inner cities? Could that be the reason?
No.
Obama
is a follower of Saul Alinsky. Saul Alinsky.
Obama's wife Michelle Obama grew up in I forgot what is it called, Parkland Gardens.
That has nothing to do with
it. That's what I'm saying. That's where she came from, and she went back home. And her husband happened to be Barack Obama.
Elvis.
Obama's mother is what they call a CIA honeypot. You know what a honeypot is?
No, I don't know what a honeypot is, Dollar Bill.
A honeypot, for those
I know what a honeypot is, Dollar Bill.
Well, you know right?
Let's not be derogatory. I'm just telling you, whatever his mom is, his dad was.
This is not.
Do you know Barack Obama's father was a lecturer at Harvard? You know that?
And his mother met him because she was a honeypot, right?
I mean,
his mother.
So yeah, they knew that she was going to born this baby. He was going to become president. Is that what you're telling me? They had this whole plan out in the next 54 years. They had it planned out.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right.
Hell no.
This is
exactly, Jonathan. I mean, this is the ridiculous that
should
go down that rabbit hole.
Just seem like super intellectuals. Calm
down. Right.
Listen, this is
they planned it out. You're going to sleep with this guy who's a Harvard professor from Kenya. He's going to have a baby who 45 or 47 years later is going to become president of the United States. Is that what you're telling me, Dollar Bill?
What I'm saying to you is, since you think it's a joke, okay, but it's not.
I mean, I'm just saying it's a long stretch, bro.
No, it's not. You got to realize that a lot of these women, these honeypots, they hang out right in these various areas, and what they do, okay, is engage people who are intelligent, who are smart, who are part of movements. It's not far-fetched. It's like a Manchurian candidate. Right? It's not far-fetched that Obama, okay, was a plant and a seed. There's probably lots of plants and seeds, okay, that are ready to grow. White people plan 50 and 60. Why do you think white people are coming to Africa?
That's not how it works, Dollar Bill. Let me tell you something, right?
What do you mean? That's exactly how it works.
One second. I don't like to toot my own horn, for example, right?
Yes, sir.
I won't even use myself as an example. I'll use Obama. But when there are bright people in universities, sometimes people of color, minority people who are really bright, yeah, people do tend to recruit them because they see that they can be great, whether it's in the business world, whether it's in the world of sports, in the world of politics. Whenever you have somebody who is extraordinarily talented, whether it's at Oregon, whether it's at mathematics, it's at whatever it is, you're going to have people who are part of certain elite groups are going to go there and try to recruit these people to be a part of their group. So if you tell me that Obama was such an intellectual at Harvard or Columbia, you had some people who felt like he could be a great member of their community, whether it's in politics or whatever, or a lawyer to get to a law firm, and they went and recruited him and made him a part of this clique, I'd say, yeah, that's more feasible, right? But to say that they went there and planted him, well, Michelle Obama, so that he can go back to Chicago, become this community organizer, run for the Senate, beat another black man to the Senate seat, become president a few years later, it's a long stretch. Well, I'm just telling you, he was a smart guy who got recruited.
Even that's a long stretch, what you just said.
That's what I'm saying. That's a long stretch.
Was it not his mother was a honeypot? and she done had several kids from several different people around the country, around the world.
Yeah, his mother was adventurous. She had
She was a
a daughter by
honeypot for the
Indo.
CIA.
Listen, she had a daughter by Indonesian. She had
Elvis,
a
Yes,
daughter, a
hey
exactly.
son
Elvis.
by Kenyan.
And
At
what
this
you think
point,
when we're
at
Indonesian?
this point,
Communist.
Kamala is the same thing as Obama. They went
Yeah,
over there,
honeypot.
got the family out of Jamaica, took them to Canada, then brought them to America, raised
Right.
her, and then told her, "You are going
Yeah.
to be
You're
the
going to be vice
U.S.
president
president."
Yep.
or the vice
It just
president
didn't
or
work out.
senator. I
Who
mean, come
can be
on.
that crazy to
Right.
think
Yep.
stuff like that? That's a stretch.
Can I say this? A
And
CIA
what did
honeypot.
Obama
Hold
and
up, brother.
Kamala? 1 second, dollar bill. 1 second, quickly. 1 second. What did Obama and Kamala fathers have in common? They're both professors at highly rated university. Her father was a
Yeah,
professor of economics at Stanford. Father was a professor at Harvard. Very very smart people, man. Come from a great line of intellect. So come on, they were bound to be great people. They have great intellects. They come a great pedigree of intellectuals. These people are going to be somebody in this country, and they did. Kamala became
A
vice president. Obama
CIA
became president.
honeypot
There you go.
deceptive operation that involves creating a trap to catch spies or enemies. This is done by using a romantic or sexual relationship to gain access to information. So what I'm saying is there was no way of
So who
predicting.
was the honeypot against? It would have been against his father, right? So that means his father
They
had
didn't
some
think
kind of was some kind of target for the CIA from Kenya, and they did a white woman as a honeypot for him. Is that what you're
yeah,
saying, Dollar Bill?
but wait a minute,
exactly.
So
Elvis. You
who
got
was
to
his father?
include Elvis. You got to include the fact the CIA goes after people who are already in an organization. If they're
Right.
going to infiltrate something, they
So who
don't
was his
build
father,
people up
Dollar
from
Bill?
scratch.
Who
So
was his
now we got to
father?
go and do research on Obama's father. I know who his
No,
mother
because
was.
you said his mother was a honeypot. So was
Yeah,
she was a honeypot for
he
his
never
father
met his
supposedly?
father.
I know
Obama
you
never
saying she was
met
a
his
honeypot
father.
for his father.
He
So
never
that's
met
what I'm
his
saying.
father.
So it must have been the target was his father. The target couldn't have been Obama. They didn't know what kind of if they were going to have a girl or a boy or whatever. So the target must have been his father, since the mother was the honeypot, right?
Barack Hussein
I
Obama's
forget Obama right now.
yeah,
The target was his
I'm gonna
father.
give it to you. Barack Hussein Obama Sr. was born Barack Obama in the 18th of June, 1934. Okay, he died in November the
You
20th.
read his Wikipedia, Dollar Bill. What
No,
does
this
that
is
have to
not
do?
Wikipedia. He was a senior governmental economist, right? Looks like somebody that the CIA would definitely target.
Oh yeah,
Because they,
Senior
from Kenya.
economist.
yeah, from Kenya. Who you know
To
who
do
Bobo
for what?
Kenyatta
What do you
was?
think the purpose would be? CIA works in the United States or in foreign countries?
They work in
No,
foreign
forget
countries.
that. You think the CIA actually sits there with one person working on them for 30 to 40 years?
Oh
They got
man,
plenty
I'm
of
gonna
them.
be in the back, guys.
They got plenty of them. He's not the only one. I don't understand why. See, this is, I'm telling you, y'all don't know how insidious crackers are.
No,
Well,
these
I got a
things
question. I
happen.
got a question.
In this case,
I got a
it's a
question.
long story.
Being that the CIA is they only work on foreign affairs, wouldn't they need to? You mean the FBI would have to pull this off? Because CIA
No,
can do
man, the
that.
CIA is not the only agency that works with foreign affairs, and neither is the FBI.
But yeah, but
They have
Barack
a lot
Obama
of
would be
other
a
little
homegrown person. The
they
CIA
have a
wouldn't train him.
they have a lot of little other little alphabet organizations that work for the United States government. Stop it. They're not the
Yeah,
only
but
one.
it's not the CIA then. It'll have to be something else.
They're all
It
another
wouldn't be the
branch of the
CIA.
government. I'm saying that she was a CIA honeypot.
It could be the NSA, the FBI,
There's
ICE,
even other alphabets that we don't
FDA,
even know about.
It
but the
would have
CIA.
had to been the
When you said the
FBI.
CIA, they work outside of the United States primarily.
Yeah, they don't work
It's
inside.
possible they could do covert things
They
in the
do
country,
work.
but that would be
Ever
highly
since
illegal.
9/11, ever since 9/11, the CIA
This
and
was
all the
before
other
9/11.
No,
no, but
that's
not what I'm
NSA, Dollar Bill. That's the NSA. That's the spy agency in the country,
y'all know.
not the
You think
CIA.
white people play by the rules? So you think that the CIA don't work in America? Because
Dollar Bill, they have the NSA for that. The Big Bang came out with the NSA spy on your phones and
bro.
wiretapping you. So they have the
Do
NSA
you
that can
know
get that
that the
job
CIA
accomplished
didn't
rather than the
start?
CIA.
Do you know that the CIA started right here in America with Wells Fargo, dealing with people not in foreign, but dealing in domestic terrorism? Do you know
Yeah,
that
and
the
there was a reason
CIA?
why they were
Do
only
you know
allowed
that the
to
CIA
operate outside
is
of the country.
responsible? Do you know that the CIA put together football in America? The
They
pastime
did what?
football.
Dollar Bill, you're talking about the infancy of the CIA. I'm telling you what their operations are now, and the scope of their operation is outside of the country. It is
Okay,
no longer inside of the
believe that
country.
if you want to. You believe that. I don't believe that. Like I
Well,
said,
I just want
Colin,
to say,
when we
Dollar
start,
Bill, you believe that white people are so smart, so
no, I don't.
intelligent that
No,
they
I believe that.
raised the baby. Okay.
I'm telling you. You ever heard of the boys from Brazil? You ever heard about all
No.
of those babies that were actually cloned, not just cloned, but have DNA from Adolf Hitler, and they were set in South America in various parts? What I'm saying to you is he's not the only one. Just like you got Kamala, there's a bunch of these people, these mixed people, these racially, excuse me, ambiguous people, okay, that the government sicks on African Americans. They're not the only ones. You think that they did all of that for one person? There's numerous people who are like that. That's what y'all don't seem to understand. I'm not trying to say white people are so smart.
You know
What
what I'm
they
saying?
do
That
is,
could happen, but that could happen, Dollar Bill, but not from birth. They don't plan it in advance before they're born. It could be somebody who's already established, and they can use that person as a planner, as a mold. But they don't just plan it from birth, from the
you know
inception
what a
that they're
man,
going to
tell
become
people
a
what a
CIA staff,
Manchurian,
FBI staff.
what a Manchurian candidate is.
I know what a Manchurian candidate person is. I seen a
Tell
movie, we
people,
heard about
boy,
it. Yeah, but I'm
it's not
saying
easy.
that's far
Tell
fetched too.
people Tell people what a Manchurian candidate is. A Manchurian candidate is someone who goes around their regular life that somehow has been programmed by the government when given a special signal will do commands like killing and they don't even know it. So what I'm just saying, if you look into these different types of operatives that okay in this espionage world, people don't do things. See, this is the African mind. And I don't just mean the African mind on the continent, I mean the African mind in America also. The African mind thinks everybody is their friend. They think nobody's plotting against them, and anybody who says something is a paranoid person. They're a conspiracy theorist.
Dollar Bill, you think the people that infiltrated the Black Panther and other organization was maturing people that have been trained from the infancy to go and infiltrate that organization? These are people who are just regular FBI agents who went undercover. Same thing for the mob and other places. These are regular people who happen to be working with the CIA or the
I'm not saying they
FBI.
trained Obama from a baby.
Right.
What I'm
So
saying,
why you say
what I'm
that whole
saying to
connection with his
you
mom?
What I'm saying to you, because his mother was already in the agency. That's why I'm saying that to you. And I guarantee you, if you look up Indonesia, just like she dealt with this guy who was in the Kenyan government, probably during the same time, okay, as the Mau Maus and all of these people in Kenya, and how they wanted to destabilize Kenya. I'm sure if you're talking about Indonesia, the largest Muslim group, okay, in the world, okay, why did she go to Indonesia? Why is she constantly doing this?
Have
You
you
think
ever
she's just
heard?
doing it
Have
on
you
her own?
ever heard about an Indonesian terrorist?
Of course. Of course.
Okay.
You never heard about Indonesian terrorists?
I haven't heard about it. Anybody that
That's
could
illegal.
attack the United States? Have there been any Indonesian terrorists that attack the United States? It's just a
Let's
question.
look
I'm
it up.
not saying anything to offend you. I'm just asking a question.
Let's look it up. Jamal Islamayan is an Al Qaeda linked terrorist group based in Indonesia that killed hundreds of people and several high profile attacks in Indonesia during the 2000s. We can go back
He said
2001.
that attacked America.
Al Qaeda attacked America, didn't it? Okay.
Just let it go. Man. Let's get
The
to another
report,
topic.
the
You win the
published
argument.
report in 2001 from the U.S. Department of State talks about ISIS-inspired groups and lone actors continue to target civilians and law enforcement. On March the 28th, the JAD members executed a suicide bombing in front of the Sacred Heart of Jesus Cathedral Church and Mascar, South Sulawesi, injuring 20 people. On March the 31st, Indonesian National Police, INP, killed an ISIS-inspired suspect after she fired an airsoft gun at the police at the INP headquarters.
We're not talking about that. We know the history of Indonesia.
You told
We
me.
know what happened with the
I bet
programs in
I
Indonesia.
bet you I
We're
can go
talking about
back.
Indonesian
I don't know
terrorists.
shit about
Go
Indonesia.
back in time when President Obama's
I just know that
mother
this don't have
was
nothing to do
in
with America.
Indonesia, that you can go back and find reports of terrorism. They're the largest group of Muslims, okay? And since America has been in bed, okay, since the Berlin Conference with Israel, okay, there's been issues with Muslims, okay, and Palestine. So yeah, it's not far-fetched.
Dollar Bill, do you know any white women who've had kids by multiple immigrants from different countries in this country?
Do I know about women who have had
White
multiple
women who
children?
have multiple children, either by black African or an Indian or somebody from another.
Okay, we'll get some more people. I got Brother David Hitt. Brother Hitt, what's your opinion on the topic tonight?
What's up, brothers? How you guys doing?
Hey, my brother.
The topic is like, do we waste our moral credit and empathy? Like we had the sympathy of the world because of our plight. Did we waste that on Barack Obama?
I mean, I would say, I think prior to Barack Obama, we pretty much wasted a lot of that. And once again, you got to look at what do people outside of America think of African Americans? If you ask anybody from China, you go to Indonesia. Like I said, I lived over there for many years in Asia, Australia, Europe. What do they think about black people? What's in their minds? What do you think the image of black people is?
Well, I think on one hand, just the feedback I'm getting, right? On one hand, they know our history, but what they usually say is, how come these people aren't angry? You know, how come they're not angry? How the hell that the Americans did that to them, and these people are just so. That's what people don't understand. That's why people really don't have respect for us, because they're like, if
what is it? Yeah, what is it that they see? Like, what do you think that they have seen?
They see docile, compliant people, you know.
What else? What do they see in the movies and on TikTok? What are they seeing?
Negativity.
Yeah, precisely. So, and what they started to believe right now is and the reason why they see that negativity is, once again, we do not control our media whatsoever.
Yeah.
We don't control any television stations, no radio stations. We don't have our own TikTok or YouTube or whatever. We don't have any of that. So we do not control any of our social media. And so, of course, Hollywood, burn, Public Enemy, for those of you who don't even know.
I remember that. Burn Hollywood just basically put out.
Yeah, you remember that. You remember that cut. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
They were spitting.
Isn't that prophetic?
Yeah, he goes, fight the power. The Ice Cube said, shoot the motherfucker. Remember that? Shoot the motherfucker.
Stop, who has said it? Portraying the roles of butlers and maids, slaves and hoes. Many intelligent black men deceived to look uncivilized. Went on the screen. Who said that? Who was that flow? That was Big Daddy Kane on that PE track. I guess I figure you to play some jigaboo on the plantation. What else can the nigga do?
I forgot about Big Daddy Kane was in that.
That's right. He was on that track.
So Big Daddy Kane, Public Enemy, and Ice Cube.
That's right. So exactly, and Ice Cube on that one. Go back and check out that video, guys. That's a good thing. That's a good video to pull up on here to rewatch.
I will play it tomorrow.
Burn. Yeah, you can find that YouTube video.
100%. Hollywood burn.
That's right.
Hollywood's burning now.
Oh no, it is burning now.
Yeah, it's prophetic.
Okay? There are many reasons. There are many reasons for that place to be burning now.
Yeah, bottom line is that's God's wrath, man. I believe.
So now, of course, it is. So now, when getting back to tying it into what you're saying, we lost that moral. I guess you can say, currency that we had, because now our kids were forced to watch all of this negative stuff. Now you got
we gave the image of black males in the 80s.
Exactly, and then you got all these. You got these ladies. Now everybody thinks we're supposed to be Cardi B, Sexy Red, and all these other chicks. Our woman got to be. Men are going to the East to find women from America, but ain't no man from the East coming here to look for a woman here in the West. That goes without saying.
They're going to Africa though.
That ain't true. They want their green card.
Well, yeah, yeah. I mean, yes, there are, some Nigerians. Yeah, they coming over for 90-year-old
Liberians,
60-year-old Susie Rotten Crotch. Yeah, they're looking for her.
Can I ask you a question, Brother Hick?
For their green card, yes, sir.
What about my theory when I was saying about Barack Obama? Since Carla was talking about Barack Obama, I started talking about his mother being a honeypot.
Yeah, I heard. I listened to the whole thing. Yeah, I did. I listened to that.
What is your take?
Well, once again, I don't think that he was. I mean, it was planned, targeted when he was a young person. I think that later on, when they noticed him coming up,
he was groomed definitely.
Certain forces were like, okay, this guy may be doing something, and then then all of a sudden you have all of these people from the woodwork coming out to try to mold you. It's like with Biden. Biden is not the president. He hasn't been the president. People are around him telling him what to do. And I think that with Barack, they looked at him as being the non-threatening Negro. And so that's what they like.
Over here in 1996, where were you at?
Me?
In 96.
In 96? Yeah, I was in Singapore.
Okay, now right around that time period, right? The first gay marriage case came to the Hawaii Supreme Court. Now, that was basically Obama was president of the Harvard Law Review. Are you trying to tell me, people are telling me he never heard that case and he's from Hawaii? Because that's why when they asked him about that, he acted like he didn't have an opinion on it. And then all his records from Columbia were sealed. You can't find out what his speeches were, what he wrote, his papers. What was he talking about? Why did they basically recruit him to Harvard to be a president of Harvard Law Review? It's because they were.
You think you could just look at someone's student records because you want to?
No, but that's usually public record. What did he see? The archives,
that ain't public record.
Speeches and whatnot. Yeah, it should be public record. If you're running for office like that, yeah, we want to know what you said in school. What were your speeches? What were your political views? Coming up. We know that Paul Ryan was groomed. And that guy that was governor.
Did we see Trump's school record?
Huh?
No. Have you seen the tax records? No.
He's going to sue them.
Well, no. What I'm saying is this: when you have somebody that's transformed like Barack Obama, he portrayed one thing. Now, I don't think Barack Obama was a bad guy, right? But why did he? Basically, you can't find his speech. And I didn't say you don't want his grades. Okay, he can hide his grades, but I'm talking about shouldn't we, if you're going to be the president of the United States, shouldn't we know? Because look at Donald Trump. We know everything about it. He's been in the public eye for all those years. That's the difference.
No. We don't
Yes,
know
he
anything
was.
about
I'm
Donald
in
Trump.
New York. Donald Trump is not.
You think because you see him on the news and you read about him in the magazine, you know his life.
Everything that Donald Trump did, the world knew. But I'm saying Barack Obama came up, and only thing we
Did
knew.
you know everything about Bill Clinton?
What? Bill Clinton was another one. It's like we didn't know.
Yeah, did you know everything about him? Did you know his school records, what he thought? Did you know all of that?
Also, we knew about Hillary. We know she worked for Barry Goldwater. That came out. And they met in college and whatnot, and they were both leftists. That
came out. She worked on the Barry Goldwater campaign.
She worked on the Barry
Goldwater campaign.
Now, that really hurt the Clintons because why would you do that, And so the bottom line
is hurt them by winning the presidency twice.
And people make the decision that they don't care, But I'm saying with Barack Obama, I'm saying, maybe it was nothing there, but I just still would like to know what, as a young student at Columbia, what was his interest? What was he talking about? What was his ideas? What was he passionate about? That gives you a window into who he could be as being.
Kyla, you're just
Kyla, what did Trump study when he went to college? And
look, that's the thing. Jonathan, Trump has so much outside of college that we don't know. We don't look at his public life. He was on television. He's been in movies. Everything that we pretty much knew. And also, he was basically working with Jesse Jackson. You know, the whole.
Tyler Trump was an entertainer. He worked with entertainers.
Yeah, so
So
that's what we
don't use that to give him credit in the black community. He was an entertainer.
Can I
He
say
used
something, Tyler?
knew him.
He
Can I say
used
something, Tyler?
They knew
Mike
Ronald Reagan.
Tyson for promotion and for notoriety. He wasn't
Yeah.
helping black people. He was
Can
making
I
money
say
on black
something?
people.
Yeah, but
Colin.
hold up. The thing is, people knew Donald Trump. You know, they didn't know.
Colin, can I
Trump.
say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
What age do you think the NBA starts recruiting young potential
Probably like your junior high
basketball
school.
stars? Huh?
Oh, junior high school, right?
Junior high school.
NBA don't recruit. College do. NBA drafts the players. College do.
No, but they
They
just
recruit them in
You're
junior
absolutely wrong.
high school.
scout people
You're
out as far as
absolutely
back
wrong.
to junior high
I
school.
have a
No,
friend.
NBA teams don't pick
I don't know who's
the
speaking.
person they're going to draft in high school.
Excuse me.
It's
Who's
a draft
talking?
lottery. You have to be in a position to draft that
Who's
player.
talking?
Elvis.
Elvis, you don't know what you're talking about. Okay.
Let me ask you this question, gentlemen. Let me ask you this question. In what grade do they determine, does the prison industrial complex determine how many future prisons to build?
They say like third grade.
Third grade.
Oh, yeah, third to fourth grade. And what are they looking for in fourth grade? So in fourth grade, what are they looking for to determine? What is the metrics that they use to determine?
Aggression.
Say again?
Aggression.
No, they're reading in their
Non-compliance.
math. They're reading in their math.
Yeah.
If you can't read and if you don't know any math in fourth grade, especially as a minority, they can then calculate exactly how many prisons to build. And think about it. There is a nation for the African American people. It's called the prison system. And the land that it's built on is called the cemetery.
Can I say this though, Brother Hick? The reason I was saying this to Elvis, and I'm not disrespecting Elvis. I love Elvis. I want him to know that I have a friend that went to the University of St. Joseph in New Jersey. He was 6'10". They started recruiting this man when he was about 11 years old. Nationally recruiting these guys. They have an
It's different now, Dollar Bill. You can't draft players out of high school anymore. They have to go to college.
Not drafting anyone. You're not. That's not what I'm. See, you don't understand the difference. See, this is why I get with you. I love you, right? But this is not your culture, so you don't know. I'm telling you, I have a friend who comes from a tall family, whose brother was 6'10", who they started recruiting him and looking at him on a national level in junior high school. So when I say things to people, when Brother Hicks says,
what year was that?
Huh?
What year was that?
I don't know what year it was because this
That's
happened
what I'm
30,
telling
40
you.
years ago.
Yeah, that's the point that I'm making now.
They
Like
still
players
do
like
the same
Kevin.
thing.
Hold on. Players like Kevin Garnett, LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, they were drafted straight out of high school. But now players don't get drafted out of high school. They got to go to college at least a year and then come to the NBA, or at least
That's not what
overseas.
I said. I didn't say drafted. That's not what I'm saying. So you're not
So
understanding.
NBA,
The thing
And you
is
won't
that
argue with me.
what
What I'm
Brother
saying
Hicks
to you
said
is
makes
they get a
sense because they
database.
were going off of intrinsic data to try to predict something. But data
Exactly.
of a group of people is not data of an individual.
No, well, that's not
That would
entirely
be the
true.
difference.
That's not entirely true. What they do is they see the children who are in organized basketball, right? And they look at them, how tall they are, how long their arms are, and all of the different metrics that they have, and they try to predict. They put them on a tracking system when they're young. If they pretty much got it down to a science and predict how tall you're going to be. And if you reach a certain plateau with your height and you're playing basketball, by the time you get in high school, you already nationally, have a star, whether it's 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, or 4 star. Okay, that's just going into high school. And then once
But
you get
Bill,
in high
that's
school,
sports. You can track the talent of a
well,
sports player.
exactly.
Only only
You're not
15% of
tracking the
college
future
So the
president.
issue is, this is the issue. So when I say to you that people are looking at individuals at a young age, you say to me for politics, right? Okay, and certain grades. I remember when my son was a certain age, he was invited to this Eisenhower school. Okay, they have a program where the children join this Eisenhower thing. I can't remember the name. It was at, I took him, he's like junior high school. We went to Columbia University, and Eisenhower's daughter runs this program where children travel all over the world to study academics. It's because he was like in the third or the fourth grade. Him and an Asian kid scored the highest in the country. So they were trying to fast track him to go into these various programs and schools. So when people are saying, oh, I'm looking at white people like they're so smart, and why would they do that? People recruit people, people track people, okay, whether it's their physical or intellectual abilities. It
Gotta
don't
be.
matter.
I was recruited as a kid in middle school for my academic prowess. So I'm saying that that's possible, right? But not the CIA. The CIA don't recruit you as a
You don't
child.
think this, are you that naive? You don't think the CIA doesn't have part in terms of recruiting and looking at the metric of people's personality and the academics to try to select the
Not
brightest
kids,
kid?
dollar bill.
All right.
I heard
Say
Wayne
that.
Williams was recruited by the CIA.
And
Wayne
What you
Williams.
say,
how was he
Colin?
when he was recruited?
Colin, he asked you a question.
What was that?
How old was he when he was recruited?
I have no idea. He was young. He was like a teenager. You know, that's what they said. That's what a friend of mine, my boy that started a BAO, the African Warlord X. He knew that one of the kids that killed Nathaniel whatever, uh, 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 Decatur. He said he knew him as a kid. You know, Nathaniel Cater. He said he knew him. You know, and killed him in the land. Was one of the Atlanta child murders. You know, so him and I talked about this case all the time. He said, yeah, that guy was recruited. He actually Wayne Williams actually went to Africa. You know.
Yeah, he did. They had it in the in one of the things that he was
They go
recruiting.
to the inner city and recruit people to do
The
stuff.
CIA is always, it says, recruiting new employees. The CIA's hiring process includes reviewing applications, background checks, drug tests, and polygraph tests. The minimum requirement is to be a citizen or dual citizen, be at least 18 years old. That's hiring at 18 years old. That doesn't mean, so if they hire at 18, what age do you think they start recruiting?
Yeah,
That's why you have these
like
people who
16.
are in the who's who, all of this stuff that people are doing. This is why I keep telling people the African mind doesn't think like this. When you have a government, this is how governments think. Governments
Yo,
want
check
to
this out. And I was trying to
themselves.
tell Boo Boo Principe that he said, y'all, don't you think we thought about trying to be a majority in one state? The white man already thought about that shit. How to stop that? Us going to Wyoming, become the majority. White man got everything in his power to make sure that only a certain amount of us move in the area, so we never become the true majority in the area. He knows that. He knows that.
I
That's why
agree
he.
with Prince.
Yeah.
Because a lot
Okay.
of
I know
times
you would.
you like to
Okay.
look
All right.
at shit that
Can you
happened.
articulate how you
Can I
articulate
finish?
like that? Where are you going to
Can
get
I
the money
finish?
to develop the white man, right?
The same place you're going to get the money to develop Afghanistan.
Well, the bottom of hold up, the money that comes from Africa is going to be us investing in our own shit. What you talk about building
Wouldn't that
inside
be the same thing in
America?
America?
Hold up, the money you
You
talk
just trying
about
to be
building in
defiant,
America is
Jonathan.
basically going
That's all
to
you want to be
the
oppositionally
white
defiant.
man, you know, because the bottom line, if you
That's
want to
not
move to
opposition to
Wyoming,
defiance.
yeah,
Yes, it
you know,
is. That's
you got to
exactly
open up
what you are
banks
tonight.
there. You got to do this. You got to use all their rules and regulation, and they can slow that down just by that process alone. You know?
There's a lot of places where black people are the majority that
Yeah,
nobody
but
would
not
have thought we would
state.
ever be the
Which
majority
one is
before.
state?
Why do you think that's
Hold on,
impossible?
not yet, but hold on. Even with black people are the majority in the area right now, white people still got most of the good jobs and everything. We're just a working class. We serve them. That's just the reality. We're still like the underclass, no matter what. There's always gonna be white people there doing all the real shit. That's America.
So when we say that people will be going to Africa, white folks will be going to Africa with an agenda
To be the same thing, they want to make Africa like another land.
For white people, only the African mind would think that they're going to absorb white people into their particular. You're not absorbing them. They're in Africa because they have an agenda. You have virgin land. Europe is not full of virgin land. Europe is
Africans come to this country with an agenda.
Yeah, they make as much money as they
Education,
can and send back.
they come to make money and go back. That's our agenda.
I hear you, Elvis. You got a bad
But
connection.
Dollar Bill, I got a question. Do you think that black people are like inferior in terms of intelligence and capabilities than white people?
No. I just don't think that black people actually think of domination. I think most black people don't think of domination the way white people think of domination. And the reason why is because they're the minority in the world. So they have to think that if they don't do something to dominate, okay, then the rest of the world will absorb them, right? Like so their racism, their ideas, all of that, okay, and I didn't get that from me. That's from Dr. Francis Wilson. Their ideas are all about survival, and they don't have a problem starting over again. They write movies about it. They do all kinds of things. And their whole idea is they believe in their minds that they're the savior to humanity. And because they want to save humanity, save the ducks, save the whales, save the seagulls, it is up to them, okay, to deal with us uncivilized, heathen black people who don't understand that it has to be preserved. And one of the ways that it has to be preserved is to make sure that there's less people with a carbon footprint. So that means that if they have to sacrifice people to die, so the earth doesn't die in their mindset.
Dollar Bill, you've been watching too much Alex Jones, bro.
Okay. The Indians thought that too when they brought them in and fed them and saved them, and so they turn around and said Thanksgiving. The Indians thought that when they brought them in to America and saved them, and then the following year they came back and enslaved them, okay, for the gold and all of the trinkets that they gave them. I'm sure the people who came to South Africa, when they first came to South Africa, they were nice and sweet white people too when they came there. And then after that, 40 or 50 years of apartheid. Keep thinking that I'm imagining something. Keep on thinking with that idea. You're just going to absorb white folks and they have no agenda. They're just coming there to sing Kumbaya with you. And when you leave, it's like they came with the Bible with you Christians, and when they left, you had the Bible and they had the land. What do you say about that, Elvis?
I'm not gonna argue with you tonight, man. There's a lot of conspiracy theories.
With me. I didn't say anything inflammatory. Did I? Did I say anything insulting? Did I say anything?
I made my points, bro. Ghana has a reason for doing what they're doing. You got to study their reason. You may disagree with it, but they're white people in other countries, and they're the minority. So I don't get it.
But they're running the markets, right? They're the minority, but they're running the markets. So all the black people in Africa, the majority, they own all of the resources, but all of the commodities trading and all that is controlled by them. They set the price for cocoa. They set the price for coltan. They set the price for all of those resources and commodities and give Africa less than 2%. Why is that?
Hey, you know something?
But
Let me
Dollar
make a
Bill, do
comment.
you ever think?
Yeah. Huh?
Do you guys remember that movie Get Out with the black dude?
Yeah, without a doubt. One of my favorite
Yeah,
actors.
you remember that movie? Yeah, remember that movie? Yeah, of course. The brother said, "Yo, I told you, man, not to go with these white folk." And do you remember there was a short little clip of the reason why that they were quote taking the black man and they were switching the brains out. You remember that? And you remember what that white man said? The reason why they were doing that?
Tell us, Mr. Go, do you want to?
Was it because of the athleticism or something?
Okay, it was part of that. And what else did he say? What else do you remember that he said? Because it slipped in the movie. But whoever the writers were, it slipped out in the movie. And essentially, I'll just paraphrase it for you so you guys can go back and it's like when he was watching the TV and all that, when he was downstairs, when he was on the chair and all that. And it said, the white man said, he said that it's with our determination and your physical attributes. That's what they want. With our determination, their focus, that focus, that determination, that will to win. That's what they were saying, because they want to have our bodies. They want to look like us. They want to look like us, but they want their mindset. And that mindset, that determination. Now, remember this: if we go back in time, where did the first form of civilization start? And the concept of social form of organization and government was Egypt. So, thousands of years ago, when white man was in the cave eating rats, okay, eating all of that, eating rats and grubs. Our ancestors in Africa, which were Nubian, which were straight up black folk, they were building a civilization, and they were thousands of years ahead of everyone. And they had that will, they had that determination. I mean, come on, brother, think about it. Who the hell would say, we're going to take a stone that weighs 20 tons, and we're going to pile these stones on top of each other until it goes to 400 feet in the air, and they had no machines. That takes a lot of will and determination, because none of us would be physical enough to.
Those were not our ancestors. We don't come from Eastern Africa. We're West African.
Okay, but once again, everything originated from Africa and it moved out. The point I'm making is then when after the fall of Egypt, it goes up to Greece, then it spreads from the Greeks to the Romans and then the Roman Empire. So that conquer mentality then started to move over to the east from Rome, then it moved to Germany, then it moved to England, and then from England, then they lost their minds. Because once again, they learned that history, and the history originates from that area. I mean, the first human beings come from around the Ethiopian region, somewhere around there, and then they spread out. And then you look at all of the other kingdoms in West Africa. So that will to conquer, that is purely an African creation. And then we lost it. Then the Greeks, and they lost it. Then the Italians, they had it, they lost it. Then the British, they had it, then they lost it. And now it's the Americans, and they have it, and they will lose it, because now the next empire is going to be the Chinese. So this nation building is a reflection of that absolute determination. I am 100% absolute in accomplishing this mission, and will do whatever it takes to accomplish this mission. I want my land. We have a right to have our land, unoccupied and undeveloped land, and no one can get in our way. And if anyone does get in our way, then they will face consequences based on our determination to keep our freedom. That's what it takes from us. And I always say before, many times, that this mission is for men among men. Black men who are kings, black men who are princes. This is black men who are determined, who can live and who don't mind sleeping on the ground, because they know that their future generations are going to live in beautiful condos. This is for men who play chess, not checkers. And I always tell guys, if you're looking to buy sneakers and wear Jordans over here, no, then you need to stay in America, because we need men among men, and that's what it takes to build an empire. Someone has to start it. As the old adage goes, hard times create what?
Hard men.
Exactly. Hard men create good times. Good times create soft men, and then soft men create bad times. So we need hard men on this. And
Okay, David.
we have that determination. We will be able to accomplish it. So we are not inferior, and I want to bring that we're not an inferior people. We just got to have our determination and our will to achieve, go to that height of our ancestors. Yes, sir.
What do you think it's going to take to actually build this this country? Like, what's the steps right now towards getting to that point?
Okay,
we're in America right now, so what's the step?
The basic steps are we need to have a constitutional convention. Once the constitutional convention is done, then we will then sign the constitution. Those who wish to go will sign that constitution and then form this African American government in quote exile. You can think of it as an exile. And then once the African American government is formed, then we can then start to begin the negotiation process with the African nations to find this unoccupied and undeveloped territory. And it would amaze me that Africans would say no to this, for us to create a beautiful nation that would want to help solve humanity's problems and get our kids in a clean, safe environment. It would amaze me if they would say no to that. And of course, we have the right, because our ancestors, as African Americans, we have fought and died in the defense of plenty of nations so that they can have their own sovereignty. We have our ancestors are buried in all of the continents of this world, in wars that they fought, and even in Africa itself. So the government gets formed, and then the government then can start to negotiate for this land. And of course, there's the financial system that has to be created, that banking system, that currency, that how we then develop our currency, taking our US dollars, converting them into physical, tangible assets, and then being able to finance the development of the nation itself. It does with modern machines today, guys. With the machines that are out there, you'll be amazed at how fast you can clear land. It's crazy fast. Trees, all of those machines in swamp areas, desert areas, jungle areas, you can't even believe the machines that we possess today to clear land. And then it'll be very, very easy to then build the port, the initial port, build the airport, bring in containers, and then on those containers, prefabricated type of homes initially. Once we have prefab homes, then for those pioneers to live in, then we can start the process of building industrial type of facilities there. Of course, medical, got to bring our own medical, dental, all of that, bringing all the MRI machines, all of that laser stuff, you name it. We're not starting off with with old stuff. We could buy MRI machines for $150,000. We've already looked at them online. $200,000, the latest, greatest, whatever you want. All right, and we won't have to wait.
As far as the Constitution,
5 months to get in there.
How many people are you trying to recruit before you have the Constitution?
I think initially, sir, if we can get the initial 1,000, the 1,000, those are hardcore pioneers, hardcore men, and of course some women in there. I mean, this has got to be a men-led effort. So I'm not of women need to be in combat. No, women cannot be in ground combat whatsoever. It's not their position to be in ground combat. But of the first 1,000, and then if we get to that initial 1,000 individuals, that will be a really good number of individuals for that pioneer force. What's the incentive to be on the pioneer force? We're going to get land.
That's a good idea. So based on right now, me, you, Kala, Dollar Bill, and everyone else that wants the Afghanistan to happen.
Yeah.
What do you say we try to recruit 1,000 people by June?
I think that within the year's time. I mean, a lot of the things I'm doing on the back end right now, Like I said, I'd say we have to have a nice program and the vision to be able to entice people. That's why I've been working on the videos and being able to explain this and getting all of the certain facts together so that when it's time for all of us, to actually, blow this out, and have everything ready. Yes, I want to, I'm working towards that goal of really having, being able to, when people want to be recruited, where do they email to, all of that stuff. So it's going to take a few more months to get all of that stuff, back end stuff done, because we want things to run smoothly when people start to say we want to go, because I do think that this thing can explode with a lot of African Americans who are sick and tired. They just are going to be like, look, I would rather go live. And I lived on an island in St. John for a couple of years, and I can tell you, man, island life ain't bad. It was a good time, and so I know what it's like to live.
You stayed in the Virgin Islands?
Yeah, I was living on St. John.
What do you think is stopping more African Americans from engaging with this Afghanistan idea? What's the hold up for more people joining?
Say again?
What do you think is stopping more people from joining the Afghanistan and getting to that 1,000-man mark to get things started?
I think that once again, it's what's stopping them right now is I don't think the true vision has been articulated in a way that they would believe that this is even possible. And I think that with the latest technology that we have, like right now, even the things I've been working on, because I've been working on this, man, since late 90s, 1990s. When I was in Singapore, it was when I was in Singapore, I was like, wait a second, I think we can get a piece of land for ourselves. And you got to look at also when Barack was president. No, we couldn't do it then because now everybody, black man got presidency. We're a part of the system now. So then, back in 2008 when he got in those 8 years, black people were like, oh yeah, even though Michelle, I'm an American now. And then when after that was over, then Trump came in, then people got pissed off. Then of course when Biden came in. So I think right now, and then nobody would have been able to predict the degradation of the moral foundation of this country. So back in the day, I would have never predicted that America would be as obese as they are. I never would have been able to predict that people would be as lazy as they are. These kids are the influence of the social media, like these tablets and these screens. I could have never predicted that people would have just absolutely fallen off the cliff. And so now I think it's the time where people I don't think people really see a great future here in America right now. I mean, I think people know that it's going downhill.
One second.
Yeah.
Somebody in the comments said something, and I think that's really the real answer. He said the fear is getting kidnapped by rebels. There may be some variation of that. People are fearful of the continent. They think it's too dangerous. They think the Africans are savages. They're going to come after them. There's a palpable fear of that on these continents. Do you think that's one of the issues?
That's xenophobic.
And that I understand.
Do you think people fear the continent? That whether it's going to be the natural causes or the natives harming them?
No, because once again, the pioneer force is going to go land, and we're going to be fully armed. We're going to be armed to the teeth. We're going to have night vision, infrared. We're going to have laser. We're going to be armed to the teeth, and we need to be that way just so that people understand that we are in a defensive position. And I don't think that anyone, once they notice that how professional we are and how organized we are in the military units, that we have to be a part of we're builders, and we have to be part of that military defensive force. So we have to be both initially. And
FB, you're scared of being kidnapped by Africans. Are you scared of being shot up in the inner cities?
Yeah.
I mean, think about it.
Yeah, it's
just fear. See, people, you know what it is? I think that people are fearful of the unknown. One of the reasons that I push back with Carlos sometime about the FBA thing is I push back. I don't particularly care what people want to call themselves before they get, to the Afghanistan. But my thing is to you guys, if you're FBA or if you're ADOS and you want to get rid of the xenophobic stuff, or even if you're thinking you're going to get reparations, wouldn't it make sense to have a place where you can get those type of things from the government if you're really petitioning the government? Do you think that white people who are the majority in this country would sit back, even if it's right, and allow African Americans, who are 12% of the population, become the economic elites, okay, an economic elite in this country, when you have all of these white folks who are living paycheck to paycheck? Do you know what type of you would have another civil war in America? Let's say you were able to get your reparations. You would have a civil right here in America. There's enough white people who think that black people don't deserve to get anything, much less a reparation check.
White people always say you got our reparations when they elected Barack Obama twice. And the fact that you are also, when they passed the 14th Amendment, we gotta say they think, like somebody, the FB in the chat rooms earlier said, white people gave us our freedom. So, and a lot of white people believe that we gave you freedom. In other words, freedom is not something you're born with; it's something that's given to you by another race of people. That means you're not free.
No, we fought for our freedom. Our people went to the military. My friend's family, okay, in North Carolina, are part of those regiments that went.
A lot of white people feel
they blood in the soil to get their freedom.
Yeah, but we got to spill their blood, though.
We did spill their blood.
So, and once again, that's why that is why. So we have, our ancestors have fought and died for this, like France. Like in World War II, France was completely overrun by the Nazis. They lost their sovereignty. I mean, I stood in the same spot that Hitler stood in Paris. I was there. I stood right where he stood. And so they lost their country. They lost their sovereignty. And if Hitler would have won World War II, then, of course, France would have never, it wouldn't be what it is. But so our ancestors, we have over 1,000 African Americans who are buried in France, over 1,000 of them, who were there to fought and died to preserve the sovereignty of France. So that's why then, and the French, of course, participated in the slave trade along with the Europeans. And I hold the Africans also complicit in the crime against humanity. I'm not going to let the Africans get off the hook, not at all, because they're the ones that went into the jungle to find our ancestors to send them to those white folks for some rum or whatever else they sold them. So both of them are complicit in that crime. So now leave us alone. We want a small place on our own, not away. We're going to be away from everyone. Nobody's going to be around. It's unoccupied, undeveloped territory. Just leave us alone. And that we will.
I think Africans were implicit, not complicit.
Say again?
They were implicit, actively participating rather than just assisting.
However you want to put it, in any way, once again, we lost land. Our ancestors lost their. Nobody said, "Hey, I want to get on this ship with these white folks and go underneath and get chained to the bottom of the deck." And brother, I tell you this: if any one of us would ever want, and I thought about this one time. Can you imagine if we could create a ride, which simulated being in a slave ship, and you simulated that being on a ride? If you took a wooden ship, you made a couple of different decks, and you chained people up in there, and and then once again, with no bathrooms, no nothing, you would not even imagine that you wouldn't even last 1 hour. You wouldn't even last 1 hour. And to think that people were on those boats for a month to 2 months, and no medical attention, no nothing. What they went through was absolutely horrible, absolutely horrible. And so I do believe that we have the right to return. We need to restore the dignity of our ancestors. We need to create monuments for them. We need to.
But who do you make that case to?
Say again?
Who do you make that case to?
No, we will make the case to the case to the African Union and all of that. But in the end, we're coming back no matter what. This is where determination comes in. We will inform them. We can say, look, this is what we need to negotiate, but we're not waiting for them. Once we have the resources and the material ready to go, when we land, we're going to land, brother. That's it.
So pretty much you're going to invade. That's what you're saying. You're going to invade a nation like what? Angola, Congo, they're just going to invade.
We will find unoccupied and undeveloped. We want them to invite us. We want them to see the reason for it, because we want them to say, why not invite people who want to build a beautiful, safe, clean country? Why not invite people?
I mean, I hear all that, right? But as a man of the military, there are certain diplomatic, protocols that you have to follow in case you want to enter another country as a foreign national. So if they say you're going to enter, I think that's the wrong way. That's going to cause conflict, right? So you can negotiate with it, and I think I agree with your point that Africans as a whole should give you that land. But if you're just going to invade, that's going to cause conflict. Don't you see that?
Now, once again, what will cause conflict is if you're saying to us, well, you guys got to give us $10 million. See, the way it works over there, brother, right now, and it's unfortunate, is that when you're talking to people over there, you've got one of the problems that we have over there is you've got to negotiate with people who are in governments that you don't even know if those governments will even be there in a few years' time. So now we have to give money. Like I've heard other people, go to Senegal, go to Nigeria, give us money, and then start off slow. Prove to us that you can build something. Prove to us we've already built a nation already. We're running a nation already. So we don't need to prove anything to anyone. And
so that's what I'm saying. What's your steps? First, you're going to go to the African Union. If you don't get any traction, what's your next step?
We make our case to the UN, we make our case to the AU, but we're moving forward no matter what. The bottom line is say if the African Union says, no, you can't come here. Say if the UN says, no, you can't come here. Do you think that's going to stop us from going? Absolutely not. Because we don't need their permission. We don't recognize their authority over us.
Yeah, that's where you kind of go wrong. I agree with the option.
What country are you from, brother? What country are you from? What country?
I'm from Liberia.
Okay, you're from Liberia. So do you allow other people? So you're a Liberian. You have your own nation of Liberia. Do you recognize the authority of England over you, or do you recognize the authority of Nigeria over you?
No. Those are sovereign nations, right?
Yeah, you don't. So you don't. So do you recognize America as having authority over you?
Do, because Elvis recognizes the authority of the United States over him.
Oh, he does. So you believe?
Well, technically, yeah, right. Because of my current situation. But what I'm saying is, in terms of diplomacy, right? You can't just go into another country without their permission. That's an invasion. That's an act of war.
I understand what you're saying. So, but let me ask you this. So, in your country of Liberia, if America said that we want you to name the streets, or we want to build a building here, you guys don't have any say. They can just come in, or anyone else can come in and do something that they want.
No, that's what I'm saying. We have sovereignty, right? We are a nation that is established and recognized by the Committee of Nations. So
would you ever give up your sovereignty for your nation?
Of course not. I'm saying, how does that equate to?
What would you do to protect your sovereignty? What are you willing to do?
Well, usually it goes to war. Sometimes, usually the best route is diplomacy. You go and talk about it. You find a solution that way.
Yes.
Usually, war is the last resort.
It's the same way. We intend to diplomatically negotiate for this land. That's our intention.
Right. So when you start saying other stuff, that's what I'm saying. No, and negotiation don't just happen in one day. It takes sometimes 8 months and a couple of years.
But people have to understand
that should have been negotiated the last 20 years.
to America?
But people
Right, Jonathan, that's the thing. Why isn't nobody doing it now? Why isn't Colin, why isn't this guy doing the thing? David Hitt doing the negotiation?
Did they
Why are we waiting
negotiate
until you
with
have
us
all
to
these people?
America?
it's coming. It's coming, sir. It's coming. And what?
Nah, you should be doing it now because it might take 5 years. That's 5 years that you have to wait in
And
the
let me
future
ask
before
you
you
this
start
question.
catalyst
And
this.
let me ask you this question. Why hasn't Africa said all of Africa said to the African American people, hey guys, why don't you come back and find a place so you can be safe? Why hasn't your country, how come Africa hasn't done that?
I mean, that's the thing, right? That's something that I agree with. I think as a collective, we should do that. We should do that, right? And maybe these African leaders don't think you want to go back on the continent. Maybe they don't think you have a desire for it. But I think if you ask for it, they might engage.
And that's
Go ask for it. What's stopping you from asking for it? That's why I don't understand. What's stopping Colin? What's stopping you? Go engage with the African Union and ask them for this thing and then publicize it.
What's stopping
And
is
there's
that
nothing
there's no
stopping us from asking for it.
organization that can go there
You
on
have to
behalf
have
of
the,
and say, hey,
yeah,
want
you
this,
got to
we
have a
want
strong
that.
foundation first.
That's what I'm saying. So why isn't Colin's organization doing it or David Hitt organization doing it?
Once again, brother, it's going to happen. You are Liberian. We don't need to. We do not. You're not. We don't need to share the details of what we're doing and what steps.
See, brother, this is the thing. I want to see this. I want to see this. I'm not an African American. I get it, but I think that's the easiest escape route to say you're an outsider. You don't need to speak. You guys have been doing this since I think the 2015 or 18 or whatever it's been. You haven't engaged the continent, the continental bodies, once. You haven't done that. Why?
It will happen when it's supposed to happen. But thank you. So you can be an advocate. We thank you for being an advocate for us. So when this comes out, please be one of those people to say to the Liberian government, yes, support these African Americans and let them have a piece of unoccupied and developed territory.
Yeah, I'll say that openly right now. If you want to go to Liberia or Ghana want to go to Angola, wherever you want to go. But I'm saying you have to take the first step. What's stopping you from taking that first step? We're going to do it. We're going to do it. Do it now. It's time is now.
You can't go. There's a lot of steps to this process, sir. And when we make that first step, we have to have a strong foundation. We just can't just go tomorrow and say, "Hey, Liberia, give me the land." Who's you? Who are you?
So you don't have. So you're saying you don't have a strong foundation right now.
Right now, we're building that foundation. We have to, first of all, we have to create the government. We have to create the African American national government. Once that government is created, then we have that. Then we have the entity in which to begin that negotiation.
What's stopping you from creating a government right now?
We're working towards that, and then that process is very you have to imagine the process has to be very, very well thought out, and the individuals who are part of that have got to be some of the best among the best. Everybody's got to be vetted. You just can't have.
Respectfully, right? You guys are not even one organization. You have your little thing. Colin has this thing. Another group has their thing. Yeah. What's going on with you guys, man? You got to come together, man. Come together, one organization, and play together.
We appreciate it. We appreciate your support, and we are going to come together. And we hope that we can have diplomatic relations with your country in Liberia. Like we wish the best for you in Liberia. We wish the best, but we have different points of views. We have different political, essentially, you can say political thought processes, and we will get that together. And when it does blow up, and when it does get out there, when these videos do go out there on the world. And then the call to come to the African American National the convention, the Constitutional Convention. When we set that up, wherever we decide to set that up, then hopefully you'll be able to report on it favorably for us. But we have to make sure whoever's going to be there is going to be the right person, because we're not going to let niggas fuck this shit up. That's the bottom line.
My only problem with this is that, according to Kala, I don't know about you, but according to Colin, he's been working on this for the past 30 years. In the last, maybe even 3 years, I started a company, I recruited people, we got over 100 employees worldwide, and we're constantly growing. How long does it take to get 1,000 people?
How long it shouldn't take long at all when the foundation is set. I think it's going to, especially with the new
foundation. This has been an ongoing process for over 20 years.
Yeah.
How long did it take Israel to form into
Israel wanted to take occupied land. You guys want to take unoccupied land.
Yeah,
You know what
yeah.
I'm saying? You're not currently in conflict with the people
Once
on the
again,
continent.
if some of you guys, I mean, it will happen when it's supposed to happen. But
Why not recruit Jonathan? Jonathan just told you his resume. He's a capable go-getter. Why not recruit him and bring him part of the team? He wants to see this happen.
yeah,
Connor has to be with Jonathan every night instead of recruiting him and using his expertise.
And when we have that site up, we will have that process in which we need to evaluate those individuals to be a part of this government. That's right. We need the best of the best. That's the bottom line.
Need to be the
We need men among men, and we'll get them. We will find them. I know for sure we'll find them. There's no doubt about that.
Time is fleeting, brother.
Is that in Nigeria or is that in America?
We got a bunch of studs out
San
there.
Francisco.
Oh, that's Cisco?
San Francisco. 650 California Street.
Does it look like that in Nigeria?
In Nigeria, we got an office in Benin and an office in Lagos. The office in Belize and the office in Kingston. We're a rapidly growing company. I'm doing very well for myself. But Nick, we know
Ubuntu.
Where's Kyler, bro? I want to hear Kyler's take on that. Hope he's not asleep.
No, I'm sitting right here. Listen to you.
So why not recruit Jonathan, Kyler? I mean, this little petty online beef. Don't mind that shit. Get Jonathan on the team. You can be an asset to you.
Jonathan for what?
Okay, Jonathan, tell me why should we recruit you to be a part of this nation? What do you bring to the table?
Well, one thing I bring to the table is that, the fear that a lot of people have, I don't have it. I go to the most dangerous parts of every country, and I work with some of the most dangerous people. I know how to infiltrate every country. An example of that, let's talk about some intelligence. The easiest way to infiltrate a country, assimilate into their culture, learn their language. And then you can do this if you say, for example, you in Nigeria, they didn't start keeping track of birth records until the late 1990s. And they really don't do a good keeping track of it now. So you can go ahead and give birth in the middle of nowhere. Nobody knows that baby exists until you decide to go to a national population. In terms of if you were doing this in Jamaica, they didn't start keeping track of birth records or vital records until late in mid-1990s. So when they really tried to get a ball on it. But if you're over the age of 30, technically you wouldn't have a birth certificate. So the process of, if you wanted to infiltrate Jamaica, it just simply paying somebody.
But we're not infiltrating Jamaica, sir. That has no relevance.
Somebody in the Nigerian government, that's easy too.
That has no relevance. We don't need to work with anybody in the Nigerian government.
We need all of these countries. I'm connected.
We don't need to work. We don't need to do that. Are you an African American? Were you born in America?
I'm African American.
Okay. But yeah,
I think he's Jamaican, man. Look at his forehead.
So, but no, what skill set? What skill? So, as a pioneer, what skill set?
The skill set that you gotta have is you gotta understand that the countries that you're talking about, you want to work with, you gotta know how they work.
No, we get that. What can you do? What can you do? What do you bring to the table? Do you know how to build? Do you know how to run electrical? Do you know how to plan sewers? Do you know how to build something?
No.
Do you know how to drive tractors?
I don't know how to do electrical work. I don't know.
You know how to drive tractors.
I don't know how to do. I don't know how to drive tractors.
Are you looking for construction workers or well-connected people who can get the job done? Go getters.
No, at the end of the day, the things that you guys are saying, do you know how to do this? Do you know how to do that? When you're talking about an organization, you can go and find people that can do that, can't you?
No, we can't.
I'm not a legal person. But I did have to recruit a legal person to run the legal policy for the company. But I don't know.
No, I understand that. Yeah. But we're talking about we need, so initially those people who do come, yes, those are jobs and they'll have jobs for the next 100 years to build. But we need people that know how to run a tractor. We need people to know how to, do you know how to fly? Are you a pilot? Do you know how to fly?
No, not at all.
Okay.
But so you can go recruit a pilot. Now the question is, with this question and answer thing that we're doing right now, have y'all been doing that, over the last 20 years that you've been talking about this.
Oh, okay, all right. Now, Jonathan, you want my
That's what
answer?
I'm getting at.
Hold on, Jonathan. Let me get back to you. So, Jonathan, so what you bring to the table is you can organize. You're a good organizer. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, most certainly.
Okay, and what do you like? What kind of business do you do? Because of course we need your.
I run
What business do you do?
a business formation tech company. We help people start businesses. We build websites. We build mobile apps. We do
Okay.
all. We help people get employment
Okay, I got you.
identification numbers.
So
And I did
IT,
this without
so you do, so you do the back end IT stuff.
all of it
Yep.
with no
Okay.
college degree.
Well, that's
All
definitely
right.
that's needed. That's definitely needed.
This is the way I see it, right? Me personally, I say, look, right? If we do this, there's going to be plenty of people who know how. And when there's an old saying, the man who knows how will always have a job. The man who knows why will always be his boss. Well, I'm a know why, right? I'm looking for a fellow know whys. When I talk to Dollar Bill, he's a man who knows why. You know, that's more important to me than know how at this point.
But Tyler, you're looking for people who know why. You can
Why?
know why, but still can't put in action.
That doesn't matter. But
And
you
that's
just
the
need
problem.
to know
Because if you're
why.
working on
Because
something for
people
over
who know
20
why
years,
will
there
always
should be
max
proof of
out.
your labor that says he's been doing this for 20
The
years.
people who know why already got the vision. You know, that's the most important thing. You know, and you can articulate the
Tyler, you
vision.
can die without
Actuality is the most important thing, Colin. A vision without no work is a dead vision. You have to have the
that
people who can do
vision.
the work.
Like I said, the people who know why will always be in charge. It's the one leading the way. The people who know how will
And
always
they have to find the people who know how. And Jonathan is somebody who knows how.
how.
So
He knows
yeah,
how.
you have. I mean, once again,
Elvis,
At this
Elvis.
stage
The
right
thing
now,
is,
yeah.
Elvis, when you run a company, right,
those guys
just
are
the
the people who know
CEO who
why.
knows
Why do we need an
everything, but isn't
Why do we need to
good
go like this?
everything. So he
Why,
goes and finds the person that's good,
why we
the
have to
thing that
hold?
he needs
Why we
them to
have
be
to?
used
Why we?
for. The
Why we
CEO
can't
knows why the
do
company
nation within
exists,
America? Why we
but
can't?
that person
Look,
knows what they need to do to help the company get
all
further
these
that
things
particular
about
area.
knowing why we
And
have
this
to
is what
choose
this shit is lacking.
to build an Afghanistan. It's
Right,
like
because what,
You
what,
can
what
build
Dana was asking about plumbing and this and that. Are you guys just looking for
that's
construction workers
that's
and
know how.
trade men?
Brother,
Those are people who build nation?
look, me, I know everybody got skill set they can contribute. Everyone got something to contribute. What I'm saying is the main thing is to build a strong core foundation of people who know why. That's the most important thing. That's what you build a constitution around.
Tyler, you knew why for the past 20 years, and we
Yeah,
are
I know
here
why. And the
talking
bottom
about
line,
let's
and I
get
have not found
1,000
any.
people fired.
I found very little people who know why. I can't get to the know how until
The
I get enough
problem is,
people to know
Tyler,
why.
you say you know why, but if I
I do
ask
know
you
why.
what
Yes, I
system
know
of
why.
government will
And that's
your
why, hold
country
on. I
have,
know
you
why.
don't
That's
know.
why, hold
If
on,
I
Jonathan.
ask
That's
you,
why I do these shows every night. Why? Because I believe in this. I believe that every spit of my
Tyler,
spirit
you're not the
tells
first
me I'm
person
for
to
real.
say that you want a Black American country.
No. I'm the only look. The bottom line is this: the first person that got on here on a platform like this consistently every night for years and whatnot, wrote a book, wrote all the stuff like I've done. Everything has led me to this moment. You know, I've been at this for years. You know, articulating this for
Tyler,
years, for decades.
Tyler,
You know, and so
Tyler,
the bottom
as
line,
an
I said,
African
look,
American
when the
brother,
time
I
comes,
love
when
you
the
and I
time
love your
comes,
vision.
like I said, when the
But
time
hopping
comes,
on YouTube and just
things
saying, I want
things like this.
Africans
Like I
and
said,
putting in
look,
no river.
look, Jonathan. I started 4 years ago, right? I said, 5 years ago, we were gonna send a group to Angola to begin the work, right? These guys had no why. They were my no whys. I had fiber optics guys, computer guys, everything. What you do, you know, top guys that could do this. There's a guy named Mike Roebuck. He's out of Utah, you know, but he was going. They're in Tanzania now. You know, they're doing their own thing now. But the bottom line is, I had guys that were ready to go to Angola on the behest of the Angolan government,
What
and
stopped
they
them from going?
because their COVID happened. That's why, you know,
I
COVID happened.
traveled during COVID. Why would that
Well, the
stop
bottom
you?
line, it didn't work out. When flights were canceled and whatnot, and so basically it fell apart. So I said, you know something? Then a year later, I went to Liberia. And I said, you know something? I'm going to shift focus on trying to get to Angola, and I'm going to make my base in Liberia first, and then one day launch into what I'm going to try to do in Angola and Congo area, you know? So that's what I've been doing for 4 years, building a base in Liberia, you know? So I am doing what I'm talking about doing, you know? And the people who basically follow me when I do all the BAO
Well,
chapters,
Kyler, isn't
But the
Liberia like a
problem, the
comfort
problem,
zone and it's too
the
comfortable for
problem
you?
is
Don't you think
this is what
you should go
this
well,
is
somewhere
the
and mess up?
problem with that.
I
This
said
is
the
the
reason
problem
why
with the no white
I
people,
said I
right?
need a I
Because
need a place in Africa.
intellectual people
I need
know that you
a
can know
business. I
why
need
but
a
not
business
know
so
how.
I need a business
Google
so
is
I
an
need a place
example
where I can
of
store weapons,
we know why we
warehousing,
want people to
logistics. And I
access
need a place in
something
Africa
called maps,
that was
but we
safe. When I
don't
went to
know how.
Liberia,
So
I
we
was
just buy
impressed
the
by the
company that
the
does know how.
infrastructure was. I was impressed by the infrastructure of Monrovia. I said, yeah, this could be a base, you know. So once again,
Kyler, we have one of the least developed infrastructure in West
well,
Africa.
whatever, Elvis, whatever. I'll be the judge of that. I'll be the judge of that. You know?
I mean, you have roots there, so
Elvis,
it's most comfortable for you
Elvis,
to be
I'll
there.
tell you what the least development is your area that you stay in.
Sure, I agree to that too. Yeah, fine. But I'm telling you,
So,
it's just a comfort zone for you. You have roots to the country. That's what it
Elvis,
is.
I don't want to have to put up your hometown in Liberia to
I
embarrass
mean,
you.
Carl,
Don't
you
do
share
that.
all of that. I'm just saying
No.
something
Right?
that's
You didn't do
fact.
that to that lady yesterday.
Speak
Have that
about
same
Grand Gina.
decorum.
Speak about Grand Gina.
Tyler, you
I
didn't do that to
mean,
that lady yesterday. Have the same decorum with Elvis. Be respectful. Debate
No.
him.
Elvis is a man.
Debate him normally.
Elvis is a freaking man. He's a freaking jerk. He asked for it.
I would jerk.
He asked for it. He has
We're
to
talking
speak
about the
for
infrastructure of Monrovia, Carl. It's one of the
But I,
least
but
developed
getting back to
capital states in West Africa. It's a fact.
If I say,
getting
look,
back to
Why
if
you
I
getting
say,
mad
look,
about it?
if I say Monrovia is good, fine, just leave it at that. I don't care about your opinion. That's my opinion. It's what I think matters.
Yeah, it's my country too, Carl. I
Yeah,
can have an opinion.
but it's my movement. This is my movement. So I
Okay,
say
it's a movement.
Monrovia
But
is
David
perfect
here,
because of
I
what we
think
got, all we got to do.
your
You
idea
know,
in starting a country is good. The only thing I disagree with is the idea you're going to go over there with guns blazing
No, it's not going to be
I
blazing.
don't agree with that. I said
Guns are not. Guns are not.
I'm talking
Guns
to
are not
David
going to
here,
be.
Kyle.
we
Guns.
will be able to defend ourselves. I know
But
that.
no, we're guns are not going to be blazing. But you have to once again. The world has to understand that we are not going to be re-enslaved by anyone. We're not going over there without the
Yeah, I
ability to
agree.
defend ourselves.
But one thing I
That's,
learned, as much as I hate these people, one thing I learned, they didn't go anywhere guns blazing.
who,
The people that dominate the world right now, they didn't go anywhere guns blazing.
brother? Come on, man. You got to be smoking crack.
Did they
We
just
got
blaze
nuclear weapons. We got
did they
nuclear.
blaze
Bro,
for
With
Indians first?
submarines and
of
whatnot.
course they
Or
did.
did
Now
they
they
come
waited.
over here and say,
They
let's have
What do you
waited the
think?
right
Thanksgiving
What
together?
do you think
and they
George
And then
started
kill them
Washington
out?
did? What do you think George Washington
They didn't roll into
George,
Africa guns
You
blazing.
know what
They
I
went
would
over
do?
there
Listen,
nice.
what
hold
are
up.
you talking about,
You know what
man?
I would do, Carla?
Yeah.
You know what I would do? I would take Jonathan and let Jonathan see how many people he can recruit. I'd put the emphasis because he sees that he's a great recruiter and he's got the infrastructure and an organization to recruit. And then you can check and see if these guys are vetted, that they are actually good people for the Afghanistan. Since you've already got a company, right, and a person that deals with personnel, and you're anxious to chomp at the bit, then maybe college should let you see what you can do for recruitment instead of sitting here every night and complaining about what Kala hasn't done.
Dollar bill already started.
Okay. Well, then that's what you should
Yeah,
be talking
already
about.
started without.
But that's the way, that's what you should be talking about, right? And think about what you can do. And then you can come to Kala and say, I got 1,000 people, right? I got people
You bring something
that
to
can
the
run
table.
that can run tractors. All of the requirements, the specifications of jobs that you have that people can contribute instead of us coming in here and arguing someone's personality and
Dollar
conflict.
bill on the website, right? I broke it down into an acronym, a logistics acronym called EPCOM, right? These are the 5 elements of logistics, right?
I'm
EPCOM
not going to sugarcoat it. Your website is really complicated.
Hold on. It's a social network. It's a social network. It's just like Facebook, anything else. Anything goes. You can post whatever you want to post. It's all about who contributes content. It ain't meant to be. Like it's just basically content. And so people we link together and they connect with each other. That's what it's used for. I've had people from Liberia hook up with people from Angola, Kenya and whatnot, so it's obviously working, So anyway, I say like this, EPCOM, one of the blogs are EPCOM. I said engineering, procurement, construction, operations, maintenance. That's the 5 elements of logistics, right? Each one of those elements, right, a nation state needs, right? It needs an engineering base, it needs a construction base, it needs a procurement, that's a supply chain of goods and materials. It needs operations, how to operate things from day to day, and it needs maintenance. That means schedule upkeep. Also, that's how you keep a nation and infrastructure together. That's how infrastructure is built. Those 5 elements, right? Now, when people come to me, if they can't contribute to one of those 5 elements, I have no use for them.
So
if
let's see if he's an agency, right? We can't afford to hire him, but let's farm out. Right?
Well, you're outsourcing it first,
You can outsource to his organization. How many people have you already recruited? Like you said, you started already. How many people have
we're only in our 20s. But now the difference is that when in terms of recruitment, right? Mm-hmm. I don't tell them it's an Afghanistan. I just ask them questions. So, do you support the idea of having an African American nation? Using some of the ideas that Brother David Hill brought on the show before. What would be in terms of educational advancement and economical advancement. What we would, if we were a country, what would we be placed at? I'll actually send you the flyer dollar.
No problem. So what?
I sent it to Colin, but he didn't say anything about it.
Okay, because you and him get engaged in this BS online. You'll know each other offline, and I don't know why y'all choose to be oppositionally defined.
Because you get mad at me sometimes.
Because you know
what? I take the FBA side, and I'm still gonna take their side.
I like I tell Kala, I don't have a problem with FBAs or ADOS. My only issue with them, because I'm not fighting them, is the xenophobia, right? Because ultimately, these are all our people, right? So I'm not going to go into arguing with them because I know they don't have an end game, right? They can espouse this and they can espouse that, but they have no end game. Their end game is still staying here in America. And we all know that America, is not checking for us. They're not planning for us. If anything, they're interested in our demise. They're not interested in giving us preferential status in this country. They're not going to take 12% of the population and give you trillions of dollars and make you an elite. Now, they can give us billions of dollars to stay away. Okay.
What comes out to they'll send every black person $400. That's about it.
Whatever they give us, we could take it. We could use it. Even Chukwu's idea he came up with the other day, being facetious and saying, oh, well, maybe we can give you some prisoners. Okay, we can take some prisoners when the infrastructure is put up together. We can take prisoners and decolonialize them. Those we couldn't take everyone. We couldn't take pedophiles or people like that. But I'm sure that Mr. Hick could find some jobs for them to do.
Absolutely. We can find as long as the people are motivated and to learn. I mean, I will tell you this. I know for sure that any man, any prisoner can be trained within, say, 3 months, not even that, probably within 2 months to be able to operate. I'm talking a huge bulldozer and be very well at it.
Listen, people don't realize
the
Australians. They were
started as a prison colony.
It was a penal colony, and
the reason why, and just imagine, see, to operate like I said, I can train a 17-year-old kid to operate a bulldozer, or a bobcat or whatever. And the reason, now think about why they don't allow us to learn those skills.
Yeah.
What? Because then you have to have what does Whitey do is he then says, well, you've got to go through the Florida Department of Professional Business so-and-so. Then you got to get this license, and you got to be in the
you got to go to the Corps of Army Engineers.
And then you have to go through another process of them checking your background. Do you have a felony? Oh no, sorry, you can't apply for this particular job. It's stuff like that. You just need to just drive a truck. But no, we can't have you working operating a crane. Now, and those jobs, as you all know, are very. Hold on. Those jobs.
I want my young brothers to come to you.
Those jobs.
And learn.
Those jobs.
That's not what he's saying. He's saying that white people do that.
Yeah, those jobs. That's correct. Like those jobs are paid very well. Like to operate a crane, any one of us, I can teach any one of us how to operate those machines within not even 30 days time. And
because you learn how to use the warehouse, you learn how to move stuff. And so I'm saying
all that stuff.
I would love for those young people who have see, I would, like Kala, I would put him to the chance. I would let him recruit people in his thing and come to you with X amount of people. You check their logistics and so forth, or designate a person to check them out, background checks to everything else. Even if you got a test, here we go with my man, a Khazarian, an IQ test or whatever the case may be. If they can get in where they fit in and they can listen and observe and do the things, I would put Jonathan Miller to the test, because the whole thing is we don't have to get up every night and argue, right? If you know you can do something, Jonathan, and you're doing it, go ahead and do it. Yeah. You understand? And then it's up to Kala.
I don't think we should be arguing. I think we should be trying to focus on recruiting people and setting up this whole organization.
Let's stop browbeating Kala because he had an idea, and let's individualize people who can do what they can do. Okay, do it. This way there's no argument about it. Do it. That's how I feel about it.
But now,
if you can do it.
What I'm saying is that in terms of bringing people to this platform, maybe create another platform, Dollar Bill, one that people ain't going to go back and look at all the whole xenophobic, that anti-African, anti-this dumb Black American shit. That's nah.
Then create a platform then.
No, I still want Kala to do it now.
I mean, in parallel, gentlemen, I am working on a platform. Kala can do his platform. You guys can do your platform.
Yeah, I'm working on my platform too, and we all can be part of that.
Let's put it on a platform in which ones it's not going to be like, whoa, what the fuck's wrong with these people?
You can have, if Kala Nation, you got to talk to Kala. We can have this meeting. Don't have to be online, but you can talk to Kala, and Kala can set up a network. Just like you have a TV network, right? And you have people who have various channels within the network, but they're part of the overall arching network, right? And so this way, you can do it. Maybe somebody can have Monday nights, or somebody can have Tuesday nights, or whatever the case may be. All right. And to launch certain things that you want to talk specifically about that particular area, right? Logistics, or however you want to break it down, right? You got five fingers, right? That put them together and you make a fist. And then this way, you come to Kala and say, listen, we all desire to work with Kala. You come together and say, Kala, okay, now your Kala Nation is a network. We're in a network of Kala Nation, right? And within that network, you can have your individual channel, and you can do what you do best. Whatever your expertise is, that if you want to do that on a Wednesday night, okay, or whatever, and Kala can be doing his show, he can advertise for your channel that you're going to do your thing on your time. This way people individually can take accountability, responsibility, right? Instead of sitting up here and arguing about what we don't do and what we're not doing.
Yeah, I agree. Let's do that.
Let's just do that, right? Talk to Kala, say, listen, Kala, let's make this a network. You're the head of the network. We have our individual chapters of your network, and let's do that.
Yeah, that's it. All right, great.
right? This way we don't have to argue about how we're going to do it. Why? Because see, the whole thing is there's people out here, they're in fear, like FB. He's in fear. He already says that white people were put here to rule us. Okay, maybe you're a white man and you think you were here to rule us, but that's not what we think. But that's fine. That's your opinion. You want to be ruled by white people? Maybe you're a white man and you want to be ruled by yourself. Maybe you're here acting as if you're a black person, and so you want to disseminate bad information or misinformation. Fine. That doesn't stop the work to be done. Everybody has a plan. Like I told, I don't have a problem with FBA. The only problem I have with the FBA is the xenophobia. If you get guys who are FBA, if you get guys who are whatever they come from, let me just tell you, I don't care if you're an Israelite, if you're a Muslim, if you're a devout Christian, if you put the Afghanistan first, right? Then I'm sure Kala can work. Then do it. You don't have to have these petty squabbles, you know.
But I got a question about this. Do you like how pro-black the office is, though? Do you like how pro-black it is? Black.
I love it.
White people not allowed in this building. Black.
I love it, man. I want to see offices
black art,
like
black
that.
Everything.
All
There's
over.
No white people.
Black on black on black on black. I love it. You know, this is what my personal thing that I support Kala in this endeavor is I'm fine with the fact I might never live there. Right? But I will contribute to the next generation. I got children, and hopefully my children's children will live in a place such as this. I might, being honest, I might not ever live there. You understand? I got a cushy life. Right? But I'm not thinking for myself. I'm thinking for the next generation, the young people out there who need this. They're living in a world where they're never going to be able to even buy a house. Could you imagine that? You're dealing with people, even if in their earnings. My daughter and I had this conversation. If we sold a house that we live in right now in the Bronx, she probably wouldn't be able to afford to live in the same neighborhood the way she lives right now. And that's happening all across the community in America. People are not saying, "Oh, we're not gonna let you in because you're black. We're gonna price you out." You understand? White people have discovered we don't have to do anything but price you out. The other day, Kala was talking about Buckhead. In 2017, I went to Buckhead. I had a nice suite there. Not even a suite. I'm going even a suite. A nice room. And it cost me a lot of money per day to be there. But I realized, right, that white people were looking at me and looking around. And the next time I went to get that same room, it was 3 times the price. 3 times. So white people are saying to themselves, "Oh, okay, they could afford this. Maybe it ain't high enough." You know, maybe we're not doing it right. So the opportunity to own land, to own a business, and to do things is what we have to think about for the next generation. It becomes a survival thing. Don't get too wrapped up in, "Oh, you're gonna take it." Listen, the whole thing, we're willing, and Mr. Hick, you can tell me if I'm wrong, Captain.
Yes, sir.
We're willing to take something that's uninhabitable.
Yeah. And wait, you know what I was thinking? I know. Look, I know people.
We don't want to be near anyone.
One.
We don't want to be near.
At this point in time, I don't even care if it doesn't have a coast. I don't care if it's landlocked. I don't really give a damn. If we have a small port, whatever like that, you know, I don't really care. As long as we have land, I could care less. As long as it's somewhere in tropical Africa, I could care less. You know, that's what I feel. You know. So the thing is, if we have the territory, I was looking at like areas like this Lagos Echo Atlantic. It's like it's flat, cleared, ready for like buildings. You know, when you get to that point, we clear the land and you lay the initial road and sewer grid down, real estate, that land speculators will have the real estate booming, because once you clear the land and you lay the initial infrastructure down, the power line, the water lines, and the sewer lines, now you got real estate, and you got real estate forever because you'll have real estate capital pouring into the country by the trillions, and that's how that's how cities become boom towns, by land speculation, and so so it's like I said,
Let's just say it's our manifest destiny.
it's a manifest destiny. So it's easy.
Right.
It's just staying the way the white man went to the West Coast, right? From California, we're going to like the Africa is like our California. That's the way I see it. We're crossing the Atlantic. America crossed the Great Plains to get to California, the West Coast. We're crossing the Atlantic again.
Yeah,
that's the way we see it. It's a frontier.
And there's nothing wrong with that. I know. Like I got to go back to African mind is, they're gonna take stuff by force. Listen, you're not taking anything by force.
The way I see it, dollar bill, right? Africa has been taking L's for 500 years, so one more L is not gonna hurt them. So
we should have taken other places by force.
We're gonna take the land, but the bottom line is, if Africa is boo-hoo about it, I said, look, man, the white man's coming there stealing your coltan, your gold, your lithium, everything like that. You gonna worry about a little piece of land that we're getting that we will.
You know what the issue is, Colin? I think in the back of their minds, Captain Hick and Colin,
yes, sir,
is that they know
makes them feel inferior.
No, not just that. They know that they played a part in this slave trade, and they know the animus that we have toward white people for what they've done to us. In the back in the recess of their brains is, well, we conspired with them. So my whole thing is,
well, even if they didn't conspire with them,
let it be redemption. See, FBAs want to get in, run the line, and draw the line. Oh, they did this one. Okay, all right. So let's say you're right? Let's take the bark out of the bite. So let's say yes, they did. They conspired. All right, and they also were manipulated and so on and so forth. Can we do anything about that now? The answer is no. Is our hatred toward one another, going to help the situation? No. So let's look at it like African redemption. How can we redeem ourselves for the sins of our fathers in the past? What can we do? And this is what continental Africans should think. It's not a pissing contest. It's not I'm great and you're not great. What can we do as an African people to redeem ourselves for the sins of the fathers? Can we not just parcel off the sections of land and let that be your reparation to us?
I think that's a good idea, and I think that'll work. The only thing that I believe is there has to be an organization, because when you have an organization, you can have a representative, and it's better to go over to these African governments or even the African, chiefs or the African Obas. They all got different names, the kings. It's easier to go over there and be able to say you represent a large amount of people. Then just wait. That's why the organization is important.
And we'll do that. If you are a person who understands how to organize and how to recruit, then by all means do that. And then when we have the convention, that's what happens during convention.
Check this out. Jonathan, Dollar Bill, check this out.
Yes, sir.
People may talk about the social network, but the social network, the reason why it was so effective because every group of people that came in contact with me created their own group and their own chapter and everything like that, and it'll grow through a social. It's right there. If you want to link with people, you got a social network right there. You don't need to recreate the wheel. We got a social network that you can just create your own chapter, create your own group, and whatnot. Say this is a group. I'm recruiting people, and you have a place to meet. Spend half the time on Facebook and Twitter and more time on the social network. You build something. I believe that. I believe
Jonathan, so what you're saying to Jonathan is Jonathan.
So-called joined the social network, but he doesn't contribute no content. You know.
Okay,
I'm
not a content creator.
That's what we need. You know, I need
go
content
forward.
creators.
Hold up. Instead of you're not a content creator. We don't want you to create content. What we need you to do is to recruit. This is what you do.
Creator.
So you're recruiting, and that is content. It's not like you're going online, but you're recruiting people. You said you've already recruited at least 20 people, right? And then what about the idea I said, Kala, about Kala Nation being a network, not just a show?
I got a social network already, you know.
No. I don't mean the social network.
I know that. I know that.
On
that's
YouTube.
The first thing I want to see done.
No, but I'm talking about on YouTube.
Time to upload pictures to tell me about themselves.
But that's not what I'm talking
blogs
about.
And stuff like that. If I can
that's
read
not what
blogs,
I'm talking about.
Communicate.
I'm not trying to disrespect that thing. That thing is good. What I'm saying is you can have a network right here on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't look. Be honest with you, John Bill. I think I've heard enough talk. You know, I hear people talk all the time on YouTube, and I just want to hear what people's proposals are, what their skill sets are this time.
What I'm saying is you can still do that. People can recruit people. Okay.
Off the air. I want to be off the air with this. You know,
what I'm saying.
We don't
have to have that on the air.
Zoom. I got Zoom conference. Romani, we do Zoom conference calls, stuff like that we record and we archive when that Zoom. I got that capability where I can do conference calls and recorded conference calls, video chat conference calls, and stuff like that.
That's fine when you go to a meeting. What I'm saying on the internet right now, we can reach thousands of people, right? And maybe if we're a network here, not just your network, but
what I don't want is the people I see in these chat rooms right here. Mm-hmm. I don't want to be revealing vital information to people.
No vital information is going to be on the network.
But as I said, what's the point then? You know, I want to be able to talk to people.
The point of the network,
sensitive stuff.
The point of the network is for recruitment and dissemination of information. That's it. And that's how you weed people through to join your other network. You're able to present. And what he's saying is presenting. See, I'm learning a lot about the algorithms on YouTube. And one of the things that I'm learning about is, like, for instance, tonight, when you make a title to your particular show, the title organizes to the algorithm to create a community. But you can create your own community right here. You don't have to give your the things that you're doing, like with Bomani, off air. You can do that. You don't have to talk about that, you know, the personal, you know, because what we're doing is right now, we don't need to be doing that. We can set that up in other meetings. But Jonathan is saying in order for him to get to the people that he wants to get to, he wants to have a show that doesn't have the taintedness of the xenophobia.
But Jonathan could do what he could do is go to YouTube and sign up for his own channel and start it. I'll just make a commitment to come over there and contribute.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean by it becomes.
Yeah, we can do that. We can do that.
That's what I mean.
I think I do enough with just this.
No, you don't have to do nothing.
You know?
This is what I'm trying to explain to you. You can do exactly what you're doing right now. And maybe you can even do less. Because if you have it in the Kala Nation, in terms of a network, you might be able to take off a day or so and have other people who are doing. Let's say you got a guy who's specifically talking about like Mr. Higg. He talks about military and logistics, and I'm sure that people that would love to hear about that particular phase of things that we want in our own nation. And I'm sure his audience would be people who have military service, so on and so forth, right? If you had a person who dealt with financing, or a person that dealt with fundraising, okay, I like making my I like doing my movies and stuff like that. So everybody can have their own particular show, but still be part of Kala Nation. and that way it's your network. You understand what I'm saying? You see,
Yeah,
like
sure.
Phil got his own network, the African Diaspora Network. That's Phil's network, right? You can have the Colonation Network.
I
How's
just
that
need to know
sound?
more about it.
Yeah,
But
well,
it
yeah,
sounds good.
we can
So
sit
long
down
as I ain't
offline and
spending
work
no
out
more money.
logistics and stuff like that. That's not an issue.
So
But
long
the
as
thing is,
everybody's contributing their part to their
exactly, because
thing, I
I'm tired of
can care less.
hearing people just come down on you, telling you what you're not doing, and you're one person, right? You come on here every night. I know it's a personal sacrifice for me. So I know it's a personal sacrifice
Oh, yeah, 'cause
for
I
you.
believe in what I'm doing. That's
I
why.
come on here with you. I don't come every night because I got a
Hey,
class.
John.
I got
John,
I
John,
got a
have you
job.
seen some of the videos that I put together? You saw them before, right?
Yeah, I went back to your African American speech, the one when you guys were singing African America. Went back to it. I downloaded it and I listened to what you were saying.
Oh, okay. You saw that video.
I've been to your content already.
Yeah, that was a long time. Yeah,
Like I
that
go
was a
to
long
Dollar
time
Bill.
ago.
Yep. And
Yeah.
you know,
Did you see some of the video the latest video I put together of the steps, like some of the steps of nation building? Did you see that?
I haven't seen that one, but I'll check it out.
No,
But
I
I do
haven't.
want to know you're the one with the currency designs, right?
Yeah, yes, a couple of the currency designs. Yeah.
I like those.
Yeah, how you got a person go ahead and print something out like that? Yeah, like make it
Yeah,
look like
well,
real
that's just
currency.
one proposal for them. Yeah.
Yeah, let's get that done. I want to
You
buy it.
never saw. You know what? I'll share my screen. I'll show you this one. I've been playing around with this and just adding some text. Let me see if I could share this for you guys.
Awesome.
I put the, it's just a minute. I've been testing this thing. Let me see. Present. Share screen. Window. Which one is it? Hold on 1 second. Let me try this again. Okay, here we go. This media player. I'll share that. Tell me if you can see that. I guess, Colin, you have to let it go or something like that.
I don't.
You see it? I'm sharing a window right now.
I don't see it. Oh, there it goes. Now it's on. I can see it now.
You see it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, John. This is just a little bit. I've been playing around, just tightening up a couple things and stuff like that. So I'll show you this. I added some text on this. And there's plenty of this. Plenty. So Pioneer Force, this is how you got to get there. You got to get there with your materials. You got to come off boats in order to get this heavy equipment there. Because if it's unoccupied territory, then the only way to get it off is on ships.
Awesome, guys. I gotta leave, man. Tomorrow I have
All
a
right,
meeting.
Dollar Bill.
Thank you, brothers. I appreciate you all. I hope we're doing the positive things to stay positive. I love the work that you're doing, man. We gotta collaborate and see what you use so I can use something, because your stuff seems to be a little more refined than mine.
No, bro, it's just no. It's
no, man. I love it. No. If I can learn something from you, each one has to teach one, my brothers.
Yeah,
right.
absolutely.
And so I'm willing to learn. I don't know everything, and so you have things you can definitely show me.
That right.
And I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So, guys, until the next time, okay.
All right, Dollar Bill. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right, peace, brother.
Peace.
You seem more militaristic in your approach. Have you guys recruited diplomats, people who can engage an expert in talking and coming to understanding through dialogues?
That will eventually come. Not right this second. No, that will eventually come. When this thing starts to roll, we will get that. I'm sure there's a lot of individuals who will be those individuals that wish to go. We're not begging anyone. So it's those individuals who, once again, wish to pursue this mission. And of course, they have to understand what it's going to take to do it. You got, this is man shit. That's the bottom line. This is straight up.
Well, are you strategically recruiting? People who have specialized skills who will benefit your organization.
I mean, absolutely. From Liberia, once again, I understand what you're saying. And yes, there will be people that we will identify those people with their skill sets. If there are people who already have relations with African leaders and African nations, of course, that's going to be a benefit if they are with this mission. Absolutely. So we hope to be able to find, those people. Absolutely. I lived overseas for 11 years, so I've got some really good connections in Southeast Asia. I think those connections will definitely come into play later on when we start to do our diplomatic relations with the rest of the world. We want to be a neutral nation. Let's be neutral.
So you don't think this nation is going to come about through diplomacy, or
No, I do think
diplomacy is Africa?
I do believe that this nation will 100%. Well, I'm 99% sure that it will be done through diplomacy. 99% sure it'll be done through diplomacy. But
who is your diplomat right now? Who's your diplomat? Is it you? Is it Kyle? Who's your primary diplomat?
Anyone that's anyone that has the skill. It could be any one of us, any of those African American, any one of those gentlemen that believe in the mission can be a diplomat. There's no.
So you haven't identified anybody in particular who has good diplomatic skills that can translate.
We do know that it's just selling the deal. You don't need to have to go to Harvard University and have diplomacy. I've read some of the greatest.
Yeah, but if you're going to a meeting, sorry, brother, if you're going to a meeting from the African Union, you have to have a seasoned person who can speak, who can engage, who can use diplomatic means to get things done.
I'm very confident in our
Elvis, I've seen some of those people in African Union. Most of those heads of state they can't even read and write.
I'm talking about your organization. Would it be you, Carla? Do you see yourself as a diplomat?
Elvis, that's not your concern. I'll worry. You'll let me worry about that. I see President Adu is like the only one I've seen that was articulate. I ever heard.
He's a diplomat. He's an expert diplomat. We respect him for that. So you need somebody like that who can make friends.
Being an expert,
I can talk. Look, I sat down with heads in government before and talked to diplomats on high level before.
I'm guessing, Carla, you'll be the diplomat, huh?
Well, I'm not saying I will be. I don't know what you're trying to get at. You never know who was going to be a diplomat.
I mean, you always think I have some kind of ulterior motive. I'm just asking a question.
Stupid question.
You think no, it's not a stupid question. Nobody thinks that's a stupid question.
The bottom line, with diplomat, who cares? We're not Africans, Elvis. You guys like.
Carla, diplomacy is not unique to Africa. It's all around the world. What do you mean we're not Africans?
You guys, Africans, jump into positions that you're not qualified because it's a paycheck and a meal. We're not like that.
We get it. You want to bash Africans. I'm asking a legitimate question.
Who knows?
Who's going to speak in front of the African Union and ask for this land? Who's going to do it? You?
Gift the gab. He everything, and we don't know what the future holds. It could be me. It could be David.
And that's the problem. You guys haven't identified people who are going to lead in specific areas. It's been going on for many years. Why hasn't it been identified who's going to lead in certain sectors?
I appreciate your advice and all of that. But I mean, look, my aunt was a U.S. ambassador to an African nation. I'll just tell you that. So my direct aunt. So we have those connections. We have those connections, 100%. So those connections are there. So I'm not. That's the least of our worries.
Oh, okay.
Least of our worries. So it's.
I thought getting advantage of primary role.
To be a diplomat, even a nation of
Islam. That's what I'm saying. They don't have to be an official diplomat, but you have to have somebody. You can't just have any old boo boo going in there to talk to people. It has to be somebody who are either very gifted in the skill of dialoguing or somebody who has a professional background in diplomacy. Those things are important.
You let me worry about that.
We're not. That's the least of our worries. Honestly, that's the least. It's
No, that should be the primary work
I did
because you
think
need
that it would be very important to
All
have different
diplomat does is carry out the
different ways
policies
of trying to achieve this
of who's
goal.
putting there. You know, the diplomat it just carries out our policy and the message and the mandate of who sends them there. That's all that is. That's all they
no,
do.
but I'm saying you're going to talk to the AU, right, Tyler? You have a plan to talk to the AU?
The diplomat simply is somebody who just carries out the agenda and policy of the people who chose them to be there. That's all.
I'm asking you a question. Are you going to talk to the AU?
I have no
Elvis, what you're
idea. I have
saying
no
is
idea. I don't
very
know.
important.
Like
When
I
I
said,
started trying to expand my company
I am
into
like a
Nigeria,
three-part
right?
protection or not.
I
When
tried
you
to do
hire
it on my
somebody
own.
or not, they're gonna do
Right.
Suck, I couldn't
the
do it.
diplomat.
I went and
There
got a
you go,
professional
Jonathan.
Nigerian to do it, and we've been
How?
thriving since.
Part of maturing is understanding you can't do it all, and you need people with special expertise to do certain things. And
And
that's what Tyler's not understanding.
what you're conflating is you're talking two different things. When you're going to do business like in Nigeria or any other country, you need a local person to go. You can't go to China, you can't go to Japan and think you're just going to get off the boat and do whatever you want to do.
Diplomat lives in the country.
So
No, I'm saying going to the AU as an organization with a representative, whether it's going to be a group of guys or one person in particular, to go and read that speech or make that decision.
and we will
You
once
know,
we look at the AU summits, we will then once we find out when the AU summit will happen when we are prepared to do that, we will then negotiate for that opportunity to present in the AU summit, whichever summit that we're ready to do it at, and then we will go there. Well, let's see what happens. I'm sure that maybe some people will laugh at us or something. Hopefully, they'll take us serious. Because I know this, if I have the opportunity to get up there and speak in front of them, in which I have no fear of speaking and I have no fear of, neglect, being told no, I have no fear of that whatsoever. I mean, I've been doing that all my life.
I was a keynote speaker.
Yeah, we got a backup plan.
I was a keynote speaker at Liberian Business Plan. There was Liberian government officials there and everything, and I handled myself really well. So I had
But
no problem.
Kyla, what do you think of this being a backup plan? We link up with the Amazonians and the Biafran people who won the independence.
Whatever.
And we try to merge together with those two.
Look, I'm already linked up with them. They got Ambazonia and Biafra chapters.
You linked up with IPOD and the Amazonian leadership?
Look, there's people in Cameroon, guys in the BAO that are Amazonians. Yes, I've been dealing with them for years. Anyway, fellas, it's been late. We gotta get up in the morning. It's been great. Thanks, brother.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bye.
Take care, brothers.
Good night, Ben. All you guys.
John, take care. John, take care. Take care. Thank you, brothers. Thank you for all the support.
Hopefully, I have a show tomorrow night. My radio show tomorrow night. I don't know if I'm going to do both, but I'll see.
Adios. All right, take care, guys.
Take care, brother.
All right.